Jeremy here from Legend Boats out here on a beautiful sunny day, and we're here talking about the new V Series Dual Lounge. We've got this wonderful Garmin 7-inch screen. It's touch screen, which makes it really easy to get around. All of your gauges in your tack. We've got a great tilt steer, a reclining seat, which is just an easy tilt. And we've got our brand new Fusion Series stereo system. Jeremy here from Legend Boats, out here on a beautiful sunny day, and we're here talking about the new V Series dual lounge. We've got this wonderful Garmin 7-inch screen. It's touch screen, which makes it really easy to get around. All of your gauges in your tack. We've got a great tilt steer, a reclining seat, which is just an easy tilt. And we've got our brand new Fusion Series stereo system.
cow. Check, check, 1, 2, 3. Check, 1, 2, 3. Good morning, Legend fans. David's sick of hearing me say good morning, Legend fans. There's been a lot of editing over the last few years, guys. How's that? Good morning, Legend fans, and thank you for joining us on our Early Bird Boaters Launch Day as we kick off this session with you today. For starters, I want to thank everyone who tunes in today or who tunes in down the road to check out the video sessions that we have put together. First and foremost, I want to thank our marketing team here at Legend Boats for helping us put together this day, and sorry, not for helping us, for putting together this entire day that we've got for you today. This is all new for us, so we're going to go through this journey together, and I apologize for any of the hiccups as we venture down the road, if any arise. What are we coming to you today with, and what is the Early Bird Boaters Launch Day? So today we're trying to bring to you some great sessions on a variety of different topics. For starters, we're going to have Marc Duhamel, our co-CEO here, join us in a few moments to discuss a little bit of the history of Legend Boats, as well as some of the state of the boating industry and some of the challenges that we're experiencing today. After that, at 10 o'clock, we're going to hear from Geordie Newlands, one of our Legend partners, who's going to help us understand how to maximize some of our fishing and pontoon boats with the water sports enthusiast in mind. Moving right into 11 o'clock, you're going to hear some of the feature highlights and features of our fishing and family boats. I'm going to walk you through some of those differentiators and what makes each one of those series different. We'll give you a nice break at lunchtime where we're joined by a chef who's going to help us cook up some interesting fish recipes and combinations for us. Hopefully gets you excited at that lunchtime hour. Moving into the early afternoon, we're going to hear from Marc Gareau, one of the memory makers here in Sudbury, who's going to talk to us about the VIB series of deck boats and why VIBs are really becoming more and more popular with us year after year. At the 2 o'clock hour, we're going to hear from Jon Sipko, one of our brand ambassadors, a Legend X20 owner himself, and he's going to talk to us about some of the bigger water fishing escapades and just some of his buying experience of buying the X20. And it's a great sit down virtually with Jon for that one. And we're going to wrap up the day on a pontoon ins and outs buying adventure with Jillian Groves, one of our team members here, who's actually in the market for a new boat herself. So we thought, why not pull her in and walk through some of the buying process together. I want to welcome you guys to our Legend Studios. I'm lucky enough to call myself the host for the day, so hopefully you'll put up with me for the time being as I introduce and bring you the different presenters and sessions. After much of our product sessions, we're going to leave some opportunities for some live Q&A as well. So if you have any questions that have come in throughout the day or the week, or you had any thoughts on our VIBs, our pontoons, our family fishing boats, literally anything you can think of in the world of Legend, go ahead and pop those into the comments on our Facebook. Go ahead and hit us on our online chat at legendboats.com. Email our team. We're all standing by ready to answer some of those questions. I want to thank those of you that have already fired in your questions leading up to this day as well, and we're going to do our best to get to all those answers for you. To any of our French viewers today, I do want to let you know that the entire day that we have here today is going to be brought to you in English, but we've got some great intentions of recreating some content for you guys in the February timeframe, where we're going to have some of our sessions available with some French content available for you. For anybody who is not available to certainly join us live for the entire duration of today, we will be hosting our sessions on our early bird VIB days landing page. So today's Boaters Launch Day is really going to help give you some information, a variety of different sessions on some different topics, but this is going to kick off for you what we're calling our VIB days here at Legend Boats. That's very important, boaters. You know, with the lack of boat shows out there, obviously with the world that we're living in today, we wanted to make sure that you still had some opportunities to get in front of some of our people here at Legend Boats, see some of our product firsthand, and we really want to encourage you to reach out to your closest Legend partner today and set an appointment. Go in and see them. They'll be able to help you, whether that's virtually or in person or whatever you feel comfortable with, and spend that time with you to really give you your own private boat show at their dealership. So make sure you reach out to one of those closest Legend partners today. I'm not gonna spend too much more time here. I really want to kick off the day and get ourselves going. When I come back, I'm very excited to introduce you guys to those who haven't met our co-CEO, Marc Duhamel. He's going to be joining me here in just a few moments. And as I said, we're going to talk through some of the history and some of the challenges that we're facing in today's boating industry. And I look forward to you guys seeing some great videos and content today. Thanks. Hey Legend fans, I'm really excited about this next session as part of our Boaters Launch Day. I've got one of our co-CEOs here, Marc Duhamel. We're going to get into it a little bit further as we get going here. We're going to learn a little bit more about the history of Legend Boats, how we got started in this crazy business. And then Marc's going to talk to us a little bit about what we're seeing in today's boating industry, some of the good, the bad, the supply chain challenges that we're dealing with, and try to get you a little bit more informed on everything in the boating industry. So I want to thank Marc for joining us. Marc, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us about how you got into this.
I'm Marc Duhamel. I'm called the president and co-CEO of Legend Boats, and realistically, I grew up in the business. I've been around all my life. We've been in the recreation business as a family, and there's two families that own and operate Legend Boats, the Duhamel family and the Dewar family, and I represent the Duhamel family in this case. And yeah, we've been at it in the recreational business since before I was born. I joined the company, as a teenager or as a child, and seen Legend Boats right from fruition to what it is today. So it's been an exciting history. When you go back in the early days, you go back into the mid-'80s, it became apparent that the boat industry did not, in Canada at least, did not really offer customers a one-stop shop, somewhere where they could buy complete packages at value pricing, and something that was really made for the families to make easier decisions. And we set out to actually bring that to the marketplace here in Canada, and I think we've done a good job. Since 1987 was the first year we developed a Legend catalog where we had complete packages at pricing available right across Canada. And to this day, we're the only ones still doing it in Canada. And I think that speaks for itself about our history and what we're after. So,
you know, what are we talking for how many average families we're putting on the water a year? How many boats can we expect out of Legend in a typical year?
Yeah, so it's been growing and growing over the years, and 2020 and 2021 we saw some big upshoots. Our goal for 2022 is to try and get about 2,500 families on the water. I mean, anything over a couple thousand boats a year, boats and pontoons on the water, it's a lot of business and it's a lot of work. And we actually had more orders. We had enough orders that if we could fill every single one of them, and our partners and our Legend stores basically said they were going to sell every single one of them, it would be well over 3,000 boats. But unfortunately, the supply chain can't keep up with that demand. And so we're striving to hit 2,500 by the end of this calendar year. I think we'll actually be able to get somewhere near that, just as long as things cooperate along the way. And it's a dynamic world right now, so it's not something we can plan on. It has been tough. It has not been a simple thing over the last couple of years because, as many of the public know, things are running out. The supply chain is hurt. This COVID situation has definitely presented itself some opportunities as well as challenges. I mean, opportunities are great. People are recognizing that boating is an incredible way to spend time with their families. So we're all about creating memories, and it's so nice that we've been able to have more people interested and new boat buyers coming out. I mean, this year the statistics for us and the industry, well over 33%, probably a third of all buyers are brand new to boating, never owned a boat before. So we're all about creating new memories. The issue is, there's just more people coming into the fold that want to get into boating than ever before, and it's hard to just turn up the taps as fast as that. Yeah. So, if you're a customer, we want to thank you for your business and thank you for joining the Legend family in the past. Our number one priority is to get people on the water and keep people on the water to create memories. So that's been our priority since day one. Boats today, our boats in particular, we have more luxuries and amenities and electronics and features and items that we have to source and install than ever before. And a lot of these are luxury items. They are not required by any means to get you out boating and creating memories and spending time with your family, but they're nice. Right. They're things that people want, and some of the reasons that people select Legend boats are because we have access to these things. Well, our number one priority is to get you on the water. So first and foremost, if we can get you on the water and it means that you're going to hit the water missing one of those features or one of those accessories or one of those items, as long as the boat has all the safety equipment on it and you can hit the water, that's what we're giving you the option to do. Now, a lot of customers took us up on that. A lot of boat buyers took us up on that. They said, look, it's better to hit the water maybe without my swim platform or my fish finder or my GPS or my top than it is to not hit the water at all. Know full well that it's not our first choice. Everything is scheduled and production dates go back and longer. The schedules and planning is far in advance than ever before. But our idea is to get you on the water, and then our service network and our parts people and our distribution people, they will get the parts. They'll contact your dealer, they'll contact the Legend store, and you'll be scheduled to come back in and get those things. And we appreciate the patience that everyone has had. Yeah. It's not the choice that we want, but again, we think we're doing the right thing and not letting boats sit and growing dust on them because we don't have the largest GPS available to go on it. It's not really going to stop you from getting on the water, and we just really don't want people to lose time on the water and not making memories just because they can't have that fancy GPS on the dash.
And with some of those items, we've all been in the grocery store, we've seen the rising cost of food and housing and literally everything that we're touching in today's market. What are some of the things that we're doing here at Legend to try to keep focusing on value, making sure we have some fantastic price points and that things aren't escalating with all this technology and component increases that we're seeing?
The reality is in these times, we rarely see prices go down after they get established. The good news is that just know that our teams they're working constantly on keeping our product as value oriented as possible, making sure that our customers are getting the most for their dollars. We know it's expensive. We know that the boating is not a free activity. However, it is the kind of expense for a family or investment that keeps on giving. I've often been troubled, and I have friends that talk to me about this, and they'll say, oh, I'm looking at a pontoon boat, and wow, that's coming up to this much dollars. And then when I break it down and say, well, you know what, you could take your family out this summer. You can hit the water, let's say early May here in Northern Ontario. You could be on the water in May and use that pontoon right through to the end of October. Take your entire family out. You could do it daily, weekly, monthly, however you want to do it. Or you could take them on one trip, one cruise that may not happen, right? You could take them on one trip that if you have a storm, the entire experience is ruined, yet for the same price, you can own a boat, maintain it, use it for an entire summer, and probably all of next summer as well, and for summers to come. You know what? It's a very simple choice. I find it's an easy one for an investment.
A boat doesn't go away tomorrow. You know, they're designed.
No.
It's not like your car or your truck where a boat holds on to their value for significant amount of time. And people walking in with previously owned boats that are 10, 15, 20 years old, and almost thinking of them as if they just bought them a year or two ago. It's crazy to think, but our seasons are at that point where we don't put the crazy amount of time and hours on them that you need to worry about, the boat deteriorating. So maybe talk to us short, near-term, long-term future without spilling the beans too much. Any dreams or goals you can share with us for where's Legend going?
So Legend is going to stay true to its values. We're still going to be a family boat company ultimately and try and get boats on the water for families. Can a pro fisherman buy a Legend boat? Certainly. And I mean, we've seen the evolution of some of our product line in introducing some of our Pro Series boats, things that fishermen want to hit the water and they wanted a little more of, and they wanted it from Legend boats, which is kind of nice. The ask was there. We still designed in the family features into those boats though, because for every one of those hardcore fishermen that are going to buy a Pro Series, they probably still have a child or a grandchild or a wife or friends that they have to keep happy and have good seating positions. So that's why we still have the bench seats in those. You're going to see more of that as time goes on. We want to introduce new product. However, here's where it's at with new product introductions. We have a whole team that are developing new products all the time, but we've had to shelve and delay some of our plans just simply because new product introductions slow down production.
Right.
So when you introduce a new boat, it does not go down the production line as quickly. So we had to make the choice of whether we introduce new boats that potentially run down the line slower or get more families on the water with our existing boats. We do have some new product coming for 2023. 2022, I mean, we're well into 2022 now, but we have some new products coming in 2023, so stay tuned. If you can't get the boat of your dreams this year, there is going to be more boats coming, and the supply will improve over time. Industry analysts and experts are probably saying at least a year before supply gets way better. However, what I would tell you is this, as we develop, anything we've already have is not going to be obsoleted. I mean, the reality is things get improved all the time in all industries similar to us, and people are very happy with the old. Sometimes people will come back to us after we develop something new and go, why did you change that? That was even better, the old one. Well, you know what? Some of those boats are going to be available, and it's just an interesting dynamic in the industry right now, what's going on. We will keep working with all of our suppliers and all of our manufacturers and all of our groups and product development people to just keep bringing new and innovative products to the market, though. So,
that's great. I think this has been a fantastic glimpse, a little bit of a history of how we got going in here, and certainly helping break down some of the good, the bad, and the challenge that we're dealing with today. Maybe any last parting words for our Legend, fans, past, present, future?
Well,
we'll let you get back to work on getting some more boats out.
Yeah, I definitely got to get back to work. I would just leave you with this, is that thank you for considering Legend boats as one of your recreational choices. I think we create a great product. We do feel we have the best warranty in the industry. We really try and support Canadian boaters by having repair facilities and warranty and service right here in Canada. We speak both official languages. We have teams that can handle things. And what I would say is thank you for considering us. I would tell you there is no better value in the industry, and look at everything when you're making a selection. And also don't rush into things because like we said earlier in the conversation, a boat is something that's going to last maybe a lifetime, especially if you look after it. And if you're making the choice to grab a boat because it's available today versus one from us that might be available in 2 months, I can tell you those 2 months in the lifetime of that boat will mean nothing, right? You could keep that boat for 20 years enjoying it with your family, and what does that 2 months account for? The worst mistake you can make is buying something quick because it's available and then wanting to change it 3 months down the road or 6 months down the road or even 3 years down the road. Work with our memory makers, work with your Legend dealers that are out there, find the boat of your dreams, and then be patient, we'll get it to you.
Yeah, it's great. I appreciate the time that you've spent with us. Air handshakes.
Yes, thank you.
We'll let you in, and thanks for tuning out, and look forward to coming back with you with a few more sessions today.
All right, thanks everyone, and be safe out there.
Thank you. Thanks again, Marc, for having the opportunity and for giving us the opportunity to sit down with us, talk to us a little bit about the history of Legend boats, the state of the boating industry. Certainly, we could spend all day long talking on the history, the events, what's transpired to get to where we are today, and some of those challenges. But we've kicked Marc out of the studio for now. We're going to have him get back to work on getting us some more boats to get out there into the marketplace and to get more of you folks on the water this summer. I want to thank a few of you guys for sending in some questions actually while that was going on. I had the opportunity to take a look at our monitor where I'm keeping an eye on some of the questions that are coming in. There is a few hard nose hitting questions, so I'll go through a couple of those ones. Somebody's asking, are there any boats available for rapid purchase? I guess asking with some of the supply chain challenges and some of the items that we talked about, is there anything available? And I would say the answer is yes. There's certainly some boats out there still. You're probably gonna have to reach out to your closest Legend partner, take a little bit of a deeper dive into their existing inventory, but work with them on the boats that are arriving or expected into them. We're trying to do our best here at Legend Boats to prioritize the pre-sold inventory with the hopes of getting as many of you out on the water as we can, given those supply chain challenges that we're dealing with. So I want to thank all of you that took advantage of some of the pre-order programs as well as our early bird programs. We are trying to prioritize, and we are prioritizing those sales to get you on the water ahead of others. With all of the price increases, are Legend boats still the most value-packed packages at their prices? So I would say, as Marc alluded to, pricing everywhere has gone up a bit. You know, it's typically still relative to the market and what else we're seeing out there. Marc had some great points on you know, pre-owned inventory also rising and being much more relative with the pricing of new boats as well. We definitely still focus on value as our mission here at Legend Boats. We don't ever want to put anything into our packages that isn't going to get greater value to you, the consumer, than those items cost. So our goal is to jam-pack the boats with as many standard features as we can, things that every boater buying one of those boats will learn to appreciate, and that's ultimately how we keep our pricing down, and that's going to be our focus moving forward. I've got one other question. Why does it take, two more questions, another one's came in, but why does it take so long to buy a boat today? I would say it's not necessarily any longer than it's been always. Obviously, we're a seasonal business, so traditionally many people are pre-ordering their boats in the fall or the winter traditional boat show months, getting ready to get out on the water in the spring. And that's typically when you're going to have the best value, the most savings. Earlier in the year, the earlier that you buy, ultimately you're gonna have more inventory options available to you, some better value and some better pricing. You're seeing people pre-order their boats certainly with longer lead times than ever before, but I think that's the nature of the business that we're all into. And for anybody that's following, you know, automotive or bought themselves a new car or truck recently, you know, it's no different than what we're all facing day to day. And as I mentioned earlier, there's certainly still some inventory that's starting to accumulate into the pipeline. So work with your Legend partner to help them do some deeper dives for you, and let's not assume anything. Last question, and then we'll wrap up before our next session at 10 o'clock. Will prices ever go back down? Should I wait to buy my boat? Like I said, we still focus on value. We try to maximize what you're getting out of your boat every single day here. Our packages still remain amongst the most competitive that is in the industry, and we offer a variety of different series for you that are out there that really has every budget in mind. So I think our prices are still more than competitive, more than fair. We're going to get you onto the water for very, very reasonable pricing, especially when you bring in some of the finance programs that we have that'll give you very low, flexible monthly payments. And like I said, we've got a budget with everybody in mind here, with the ultimate goal of getting as many of you on the water as we can. So I thought that was a great session with Marc to kick off the Boaters Launch Day and our first session here. I'm going to welcome you guys back at 10 o'clock. And we're going to learn how to maximize your Legend boats with some water sports in mind. Geordie's going to give us some great do's and some don'ts and some tips for getting that new youngster of yours up on skis, or learning how to use your traditional fishing boat or pontoon boat with water sports in mind. So thanks for checking out our first session. We'll look forward to joining you back here at 10 o'clock live. I do want to mention that for anybody that misses one of those sessions, don't worry, we got your back. We will host these on our landing page for you to check out later as well, but we certainly want as many of you live as we can. Thanks for checking out our first session. We'll see you at 10 o'clock.
Jeremy here from Legend Boats, out here on a beautiful sunny day, and we're here talking about the new V Series Dual Lounge. We've got this wonderful Garmin 7-inch screen. It's touch screen, which makes it really easy to get around. All of your gauges in your tack. We've got a great tilt steer, a reclining seat, which is just an easy tilt. And we've got our brand new Fusion Series stereo system. Jeremy here from Legend Boats out here on a beautiful sunny day, and we're here talking about the new V Series dual lounge. We've got this wonderful Garmin 7-inch screen. It's touch screen, which makes it really easy to get around. All of your gauges in your tack. We've got a great tilt steer, a reclining seat, which is just an easy tilt. And we've got our brand new Fusion Series stereo system.
Welcome back to our Boaters Launch Day, heading now into our 10 a.m. session. We're excited about this one. We're lucky enough to have Geordie Newlands with Summer Watersports up here in Whitefish, who's going to join us, talk to us a little more in details on how we can maximize our legend boats with the water sport enthusiast in mind. You know, Geordie comes to us with many, many years experience of running a ski school down on Lake Rosso. He's participated in events with the Team Canada ski shows and Team Canada ski team for many, many years. So we thought, what better person to join us today live than obviously somebody who can walk the talk and a great legend partner of ours as well. So we're going to be back momentarily with Geordie, who's going to sit down right here, join us, and talk to us a little bit more about water sports with your legend boat. All right, we're back here with Geordie, Summer Watersports down on Lake Rosso, one of our legend partners, as we previously mentioned. Geordie, take me back in time. When did you first start getting interested in water sport activities? What was the first things you were doing while you were out on the water as a youngster?
Well, I learned to water ski at my family cottage on Lake Rosso. I think my parents were trying to drown me at first. That's my first experience or memory of water skiing. Very little instruction behind a little 9.9 tin boat that we had. And now, you know, I've progressed up and skiing behind anything and everything. But, you know, my life is focused on being on the water and making memories with my family now. And it's a huge part of my life and the huge reason why I'm, you know, doing what I'm doing.
Maybe I'm starting off new. I'm walking into Summer Watersports. I love to fish. I love to cruise. I want to do all those things, but I also want to, you know, get my family out in the water, skiing, tubing. What kind of setups am I looking at? How do we go about determining the right boat for those applications?
Well, it's really hard finding that right boat because there isn't that cookie cutter boat that does everything for everybody. So I usually would sit down with somebody and get them to prioritize what their goals are. Is it tubing? Is it fishing? Is it skiing? Is it cruising? Whatever those things are. And then we can sit there and look and find the right boat for them, because there's going to be some boats that are going to do things better than others, and you're going to have to make some compromises on the way because there's not one boat that can do all of it.
Yeah, that's a great point, you know, and taking it a step further, obviously, you know, how many people are going to be in the boat? We need, you know, some capacity requirements, size of water, you know, how much stability do we need while we're out there?
Yeah.
All of these start to come into fruition as well. So really sitting down and letting your, you know, your legend partner, your legend salesperson and memory maker, as we call them around here, you know, take a deeper dive with you onto how you plan to use the boat. And I love breaking it down into percentages. Are we talking about something that you're going to be doing, you know, faithfully every weekend? Or is this, you know, a dream that we're thinking of for that one weekend a year when, you know, we've got a couple extra family members up at the cottage and we want to pull a tube around? So,
but those are the memories, and those are the things that you also have to take into account, right? And being able to have that capacity to be able to do that. And maybe you don't know that your boat is capable of doing some of the things that it can do, right? So finding that balance is really important.
it's a bit hard to paint that exact picture perfect boat, but we're confident you know, with today's technology, that we can get the right boat that'll pretty much do anything based on how you want to do it. Now we've got the boat, we've got the right motor. You know, what age group should we start trying the skiing? How do I go about getting my child interested in water sports?
Yeah, so I always want to start with water skiing. It's easier than learning how to wakeboard or anything like that. You know, maybe tubing or kneeboarding or something like that also is an option just to get your feet wet in the sport. 5, 6 is kind of a good age group to start. They don't have the fear yet of what's going on, but yet they have the confidence and the ability to be able to do it. They have to be comfortable in the water, right? They have to be able to play in the water and you know, potentially be alone in the water with a life jacket on for a minute or so. So you want to make sure that they're comfortable, and you want to make sure it's a memorable experience. And, you know, and really anybody can water ski. Water skiing is a lazy man sport. The boat does all the work. You're just there for the ride.
Nice. So I've got my child. They're comfortable. They want to get in the water. They're screaming, "Daddy, I saw somebody ski. You know, I got to try that." We've picked up the new skis. What am I looking for? Is there certain types of some of the beginner skis. I've seen the ones that, can tie at the
Perfect.
middle. What do
Yeah.
I need to get my child on
Yeah,
the
for
water?
kids, we call them like combo skis or trainer skis. They're great because they're a progression ski that can take you through the different steps before you're skiing all on your own with your own rope. So a trainer ski like that would be perfect. When you're learning to water ski, you want to keep a couple things in mind. You want to keep your knees bent, your arms straight, head up, freeze, and smile.
Sure.
Simple steps to guarantee success.
Okay. And we've found a lot of success. Mercury makes some great engine and propulsion technologies. Obviously, at Legend Boats here, we're exclusive with Mercury powering our vessels. And where we found success is their command thrust bottom ends. So we're finding, in that 60 to 90 horsepower range, and obviously the bigger engines and above that'll have those command thrust bottom ends really help to get the skier out of the water quicker, give you a little bit more torque, a little bit more pull, and pop you up in the water versus some of the traditional outboards that we've seen out there. So we're seeing people ski on a wide variety of outboard horsepower.
Yeah, for sure. And really, as long as the boat can get up on the plane, you can water ski behind it. So if that is a 9.9 for a child or a 115 for an adult, you can get up behind pretty much anything.
Sure. And we've seen and we've talked a lot about our standard boats that are including ski pylons, our X series. You guys have found some success with those down there, being a very family fishing oriented boat. They are standard with the big ski pylon. A lot of our pontoon sport packages will give you the big ski wakeboard bar, and many of our other series give you the ability to add that ski pylon. Do I need it? Is it important? Does it help?
Yeah, I think it's a great option to have, especially for a beginner or for water skiing. 1, 2, it's going to keep the rope up out of the propeller a little bit more, which can wreck your day or weekend, which is not fun for the driver. Also, 2, it helps pull you up out of the water a little bit quicker than having it mounted right on the back of the D-ring on a traditional boat like that. So there are some definite benefits of having a ski pylon. Again, using it correctly is also important.
Any tips for those new boaters out there? It could be a little intimidating throwing my child out behind the boat and determining how fast am I going to throttle down out there to make sure that everybody's safe and that mom or dad aren't freaking out inside the boat. How do I know? How do I get that feel? How do I get that torque?
Just nice and easy, right?
Okay.
You don't want to rip their arms out, but again, it's going to depend on the boat, right? And the application. How big is the child or person behind the boat? How strong are they? How are they a beginner? Are they advanced? Are they on a slalom ski? Are they on 2 skis? Mm-hmm. So there's a lot of factors that goes into play, but you want a nice, gentle acceleration. You don't want to rip their arms out.
Talk to me about some of the best practices around operating outboards safely. I want to dispel or talk about some of the myths out there where people are certainly concerned at the idea of an outboard with a prop under the water versus some other traditional boat propulsion technologies that are out there. How do we safely make sure we're using an outboard?
Yeah, most boats have propellers, right? It's just where they are on the boat. And yes, it can be intimidating, but the safest thing to do is just shut the boat off. Mm-hmm. Ensure that motor is not running anytime there's someone getting in and out of your boat or close to the back of the boat, right? Even though you might think that the boat's in neutral, now with the quiet, Mercury Marine motors, it's very quiet. You might not hear that boat engaging into gear, so just turn it off. If somebody falls in the water or something like that, it's best to loop around on the driver's side so you can keep that person in your view at all times to ensure that they're a safe distance away from the boat. It's no different than any other boat.
Maybe let's talk about some of the other safety requirements or things that we need while we're out on the water to make sure that we're having a fun and safe day. Is there a typical requirement how many people you need in the boat? I know obviously spotter is something required. Should we have more than just one spotter? Maybe talk me through that.
Sometimes having more people in the boat can be distracting for the boat driver because they're not only focusing on 360-degree awareness, but they have to make sure they're focusing on the person on the back and do they have the right speed and stuff like that. So especially if you're a novice, boat driver or something that you might not want to overload the boat with all your family and friends because you'll have a lot of backseat, drivers telling you slow down, speed up, you're not doing it right, and it's just going to frustrate you. But you always have to have a spotter, and you also always have to have a seat for the person behind the boat. So if your boat's rated for 6 people, you can't have any more than 5 people in the boat if you have someone behind the boat.
Okay, perfect. And obviously everybody's got to have a life jacket. Is there certain types of life jackets that we need that are better for water sports? Obviously I've seen the cool thin ones, neoprene ones, pro surf guy looking ones? What do I need to get out there safely?
Well, you need a approved life jacket, right, to be wearing, and you want something that's comfortable and fits properly. Otherwise, it's not going to be enjoyable in the water. We've all seen the videos and the pictures of kids bobbing around with the life jacket over their head. So make sure you have a proper fitting life jacket, and make sure that you have a life jacket in the boat for the people as well.
Perfect. Pontoons, obviously you're seeing them on your lakes popping up all over the place now. Any limitations? Are we being able to do water sports as much as we want on a pontoon?
For sure. You can do whatever you want behind a pontoon.
Yeah.
The opportunities are endless right now. It just has to have a realistic expectation of what you're looking to do behind that boat. You can, you don't need all of those accessories on your boat. You can do it on a basic boat.
So we jump into a little bit of tubing now.
Tubing, yeah.
Tubing, we talked about it. We want to make sure we're using maybe a harness. We're tubing off some of the lower points of the boat. Any operating tips or tricks? I'm sure growing up on Rosso, it was all about how can Dad scare us or get us off this tube.
Yeah, I had this Uncle Chop, and he was a maniac, right? We all had that uncle, right, that just drove like crazy. But
sure.
You want to go safe and easy. And make sure that everybody has an enjoyable time. You don't want to overload the tubes or something like that because they can break. So, if the tube's only rated for 2 people, only put 2 people in it. Make sure you have a heavier duty rope versus your tube. I always say go up 1 or 2 people per rope. That just helps with stability and longevity of the rope.
What else do we want to know about keeping our family excited and safe about water sports out in the water?
Well, there's lots of different water sports to do. So maybe if they're not into tubing, they might be into kneeboarding. If they're not into kneeboarding, they might be into wakeboarding. So there's lots of different activities. So open it up, let them try new and different things. And the sport's always evolving. Every year there's a new activity. Wake surfing has kind of been the new takeoff thing lately. But now hydrofoil boards are coming into play. So there's always something new and exciting coming down the road, and that keeps people engaged in water sports, for a lifetime.
I want to thank Geordie for not only being a legend partner of ours, but obviously with his experience in the water sports world. The only thing I could think of that would make this better would be we can't wait to get him out on the water in some legends this summer, and we'll try to look to keep this series going where he can show us some of this stuff in person, and we'll put his ski talk to the test in the future here. So thanks for checking this out, and I hope you found some of these tips useful.
And we'll ski you later.
There you go. Big thanks to Geordie for popping in with us here and walking us through some of those do's and don'ts with the water sport enthusiast in mind. Geordie, as we mentioned, a great partner of ours down on Lake Rosso, Summer Water Sports. He just quickly hurried out the door here. He's hooked on to a brand new Legend F17, took advantage of taking one of those Legends back to the dealership. It is in inventory, and you can certainly pop in to see him. For any information on any other models that are available out there, certainly hop on to legendboats.com, find your closest Legend partner, and head in to see them today while supplies still remain in opportunities out there. Geordie, I look forward to hitting the water with him this summer. We're minus 30 out there today, so we got a little bit of a taste of the water sports, and it's nice to see that B-roll and those clips running of being out on the water, and I can only imagine this being better with the opportunity to do it in person. I'm going to leave you for now, but don't forget to check back in at 11 a.m. now. We are jumping back into feature highlights of our fishing and family boats. You're going to be joined by me again down in the Whitefish showroom. Well, we'll take a couple minutes on each series of our welded hulls, our XTEs, our XTRs, our F and our X series, and we're going to give you the flavor, style, and feel of each one of those together here out of our head office in Sudbury, Ontario. Thanks for checking out this session, and we'll see you at 11 o'clock.
all new F19 Pro. Last year, I fished out of the regular F19. This year, in the same hull, love this hull, the 150 horsepower. A little different layout compared to the F19 regular. Some subtle differences, but they make a really big difference when you're on the water. I really like how high the deck is. Like you can see a lot further out when you're fishing. Yeah, two people can fish up here very nicely. Mostly when you're flinging rods around. Lots and lots of room for that. Yeah, it's nice having a little higher windshield on this boat, mostly when you're going across those bigger waves. The main lake can get pretty nasty. It can blow up very quickly. So you want something that has a nice deep V in it that will slice through the water, and it was get you in those situations that you don't want to be in. Just want to show you these compartments up here and the amount of room that you have for storage. A little messy right now, but I have all my tackle trays. I have all my soft plastics on this side here, so all my bags individually packed, very well organized. On the center compartment here, we have rod storage. Underneath the rods there, in this compartment here, you have battery storage. Very well thought out, set right down the middle of the boat. On the side here, we have a couple more rods. You never had enough rods. These are about 7'4", 7'6" foot rods, and they fit in there very nicely. Lots and lots of room on the inside. On the driver's side, we get your beautiful dash. It's all well laid out. Your Bluetooth stereo system, Helix 7, all networkable. The back of the boat, we have your live well. We also got a nice divider. Goes in so you can separate your smaller fish to your bigger fish. Kind of keep them calm a little bit. This fills up very, very quickly. It's about 30 gallons that you're gonna find in there. Back of the boat, you're gonna have, when you get into some cruising or got some more friends on board. Back seats lift up very nicely, very quickly. That's kind of the nice thing of these pro models. You know, Legend provides you a really nice standard features on the boat, which is awesome. And then from there, the sky's the limit. All-new F19 Pro. Last year, I fished out of the regular F19. This year, in the same hull. Love this hull. The 150 horsepower. A little different layout compared to the F19 regular. Some subtle differences, but they make a really big difference when you're on the water. I really like how high the deck is. Like you can see a lot further out when you're fishing. Yeah, two people can fish up here very nicely. Mostly when you're flinging your rods around. Lots and lots of room for that. Yeah, it's nice having a little higher windshield on this boat, mostly when you're going across those bigger waves. The main lake can get pretty nasty. It can blow up very quickly. So you want something that has a nice deep V in it that will slice through the water, and it was get you in those situations that you don't want to be in. Just want to show you these compartments up here and the amount of room that you have for storage. A little messy right now, but I have all my tackle trays. I have all my soft plastics on this side here, so all my bags individually packed, very well organized. On the center compartment here, we have rod storage. Underneath the rods there, in this compartment here, you have battery storage. Very well thought out, set right down the middle of the boat. On the side here, we have a couple more rods. You never have enough rods. These are about 7'4", 7'6" foot rods, and they fit in there very nicely. Lots and lots of room on the inside. On the driver's side, we get your beautiful dash. It's all well laid out. Your Bluetooth stereo system, Helix 7, all networkable. The back of the boat, we have your live well. It's got a nice divider. Goes in so you can separate your smaller fish to your bigger fish. Kind of keep them calm a little bit. This fills up very, very quickly. It's about 30 gallons that you're gonna find in there. Back of the boat, you're gonna have, when you get into some cruising or got some more friends on board. Back seats lift up very nicely, very quickly. That's kind of the nice thing of these pro models. You know, Legend provides you a really nice standard features on the boat, which is awesome. And then from there, the sky's the limit. Pro. Last year, I fished out of the regular F19. This year, in the same hull. Love this hull. The 150 horsepower. A little different layout compared to the F19 regular. Some subtle differences, but they make a really big difference when you're on the water. I really like how high the deck is. Like you can see a lot further out when you're fishing. Yeah, 2 people can fish up here very nicely. Mostly when you're flinging rods around. Lots and lots of room for that. Yeah, it's nice having a little higher windshield in this boat. Mostly when you're going across those bigger waves. The main lake can get pretty nasty. It can blow up very quickly. So you want something that has a nice deep V in it that will slice through the water, and it will get you in those situations that you don't want to be in. Just want to show you these compartments up here and the amount of room that you have for storage. A little messy right now, but I have all my tackle trays. I have all my soft plastics on this side here, so all my bags individually packed, very well organized. On the center compartment here, we have rod storage. Underneath the rods there in this compartment here, you have battery storage. Very well thought out, set right down the middle of the boat. On the side here, we have a couple more rods. You never have enough rods. These are about 7'4", 7'6" foot rods, and they fit in there very nicely. Lots and lots of room on the inside. On the driver's side, we get your beautiful dash. It's all well laid out. Your Bluetooth stereo system, Helix 7, all networkable. The back of the boat, we have your live well. We also got a nice divider. Goes in so you can separate your smaller fish to your bigger fish. Kind of keep them calm a little bit. This fills up very, very quickly. It's about 30 gallons that you're gonna find in there. Back of the boat, you're gonna have, when you get into some cruising or got some more friends on board. Back seats lift up very nicely, very quickly. That's kind of the nice thing of these pro models. You know, Legend provides you a really nice standard features on the boat, which is awesome. And then from there, the sky's the limit. all new F19 Pro. Last year, I fished out of the regular F19. This year, in the same hull. Love this hull. The 150 horsepower. A little different layout compared to the F19 regular. Some subtle differences, but they make a really big difference when you're on the water. I really like how high the deck is. Like you can see a lot further out when you're fishing. Yeah, two people can fish up here very nicely. Most when you're flinging rods around. Lots and lots of room for that. Yeah, it's nice having a little higher windshield on this boat, mostly when you're going across those bigger waves. The main lake can get pretty nasty. It can blow up very quickly. So you want something that has a nice deep V in it that will slice through the water, and it will get you in those situations that you don't want to be in. Just want to show you these compartments up here and the amount of room that you have for storage. A little messy right now, but I have all my tackle trays. I have all my soft plastics on this side here, so all my bags individually packed, very well organized. On the center compartment here, we have rod storage. Underneath the rods there, in this compartment here, you have battery storage. Very well thought out, set right down the middle of the boat. On the side here, we have a couple more rods. You never had enough rods. These are about 7'4", 7'6" foot rods, and they fit in there very nicely. Lots and lots of room on the inside. On the driver's side, we get your beautiful dash. It's all well laid out. Your Bluetooth stereo system, Helix 7, all networkable. The back of the boat, we have your live well. We also got a nice divider. Goes in so you can separate your smaller fish to your bigger fish. Kind of keep them calm a little bit. This fills up very, very quickly. It's about 30 gallons that you're going to find in there. Back of the boat, you're going to have, when you get into some cruising or got some more friends on board, back seats lift up very nicely, very quickly. That's kind of the nice thing of these pro models. You know, Legend provides you a really nice standard features on the boat, which is awesome. And then from there, the sky's the limit.
Legend fans, we're back now for our 11 a.m. session. In just a few moments, I'm going to head down to the Whitefish showroom here and check out a few of our fishing and family boats. I won't keep you there all day long by any means. We're going to spend a few minutes into each one of our series, our XTEs, our X, our F, and our X series, really giving you a good feel and flavor of these series and help you differentiate a little bit between them. Of course, at any time, fire us away any questions you have on any of the models that you're seeing or any questions at all in general. Make sure you chat with our team who is live standing by, and make sure you reach out to your closest Legend partner for any questions that you might have on availability or options and models available to you. Before we jump into the fishing boats, I did just want to answer one of our viewers, Rob. Shout out to Rob watching at home. He reached out with a question on his 2016 X18. He finds his 90 a little bit slower out of the hole shot, and he had some concerns on making sure that he can ski full-grown adults this summer. So without seeing the boat obviously in person in here, the 90 on that X18 will certainly pop you out with some nice hole shot. We're typically recommending an aluminum prop, and in our prop charts and suggestions will leer towards a 17 pitch aluminum prop on that model. Before determining hole shot, can you ski full grown adults, as Geordie said, we really want to concentrate on can the boat get up on plane appropriately. So take a good look at the setup that you've got. Make sure we're getting that 5,500 RPM range on that model. And if we aren't, it's not likely that it's the type of prop. It could be the pitch of prop that we have on there. We might need to drop that propeller down a pitch to ensure we're getting a little bit quicker hole shot, a little bit more oomph out of the hole and out of the water, depending on that load that you've got set up in the boat. So Any further questions on the propping of that boat, shoot us another message or direct message our team waiting by as well. You should be able to take a picture of on the actual prop that you have got that's going to give you the part number, as well as the last digits are going to indicate the pitch of that prop, and that's going to help our team determine if it's appropriately pitched for your application. We'd be happy to look into that further for you. So without further ado, I'm going to pop down into the showroom now. We're going to take a look through some of the models with you guys together here live, and we'll be back momentarily with that walkthrough. Thanks for joining me back into the showroom, and we're going to take a better look at our series of fishing and family fishing boats and what makes each series unique or special about each of them. Before jumping into the XTE series, the first series we're going to walk through together, I just want to remind you all that every one of these two-piece welded hulls are all built the same, right from our 16-footer all the way to the 20-foot models. These are all a two-piece welded hull design, giving the ability to slice through the water, deflect that water back, avoid any of that slapping or pounding, all done in a nice super thick 0.100 gauge hull and all backed up by our lifetime warranty. Let's hop into the boat now and take a look at our first series, the XTEs. You're going to find our XTE series available in 16 or 18-foot models, all done in either side console or full windshield models, with the exception of the 18-footer only done in a full windshield model. Each one of these models also giving you a sport or non-sport version. In a sport version, you will find a full windshield on the full windshield models with a full stand-up top and a swim platform off the back, as well as a easy flip 50-50 bench. On our XTE series, you're really going to find a lot of value and standard features in these series. Designed to keep the price points down, this is the first starting price point range that you're going to find in our welded hull series. We've specifically taken out certain features that you'll find in the other models with price points in mind. In our 16-footers, you're going to find portable gas tanks. You're going to find slightly smaller trailer capacities, all with the intention of getting some of that weight down, making this a very trailerable boat. We're not sacrificing any of the quality features that you've came to know and appreciate, like standard vinyl flooring, beautiful consoles, our same ergonomic seats that you'll find throughout the rest of the series, seat sliders. We're still bringing in some electronics with a standard Humminbird fish finder, and you're also going to find a nice sized casting deck with bait bucket and live wells all built in underneath there, with ample amount of storage throughout this series. Someone typically interested in the XTE series of boats is looking to keep the price point down. They may be looking to customize the boat with some of their own electronics or accessories to the models that some of our other series may already offer standard, and bringing that price point up. Typically due to some of the lighter weight, portable gas tanks, smaller trailers as we mentioned, these will perform a little better on lower horsepower as well, and our most popular engines on this size of boat we'll find in a 50 or a 60 horsepower, with the 16-footers maxing out at a 90. Again, XTE offered in a tiller version, side console versions, or full windshield versions. Check out that lineup at legendboats.com. And we're going to jump over now to our XTRs. Sitting now in the XTR series, actually the 18 XTR, which is our most popular selling boat here at Legend Boats over the past few years. Looking around for a few moments, you're going to see why it's so popular, given that it's definitely geared to that fisherman in mind, while still not sacrificing a lot of the great family features that you're going to see, like easy flip 50-50 benches. The ability to still put a ski pylon or add bow cushions to these models will ensure that you can still have a lot of the fishing amenities and not sacrifice that family time while you're out on the water. We offer the XTR series in a 16, 18, and 20-foot versions. 16-foot side console available or a full windshield. We also have the 18-foot model available in a troller version, which will give you a bigger deep water back end, designed for some of those bigger water applications and the downrigger in mind. For even more enhanced downrigging experience, you'll want to check out that 20 XTR troller. It is a beast of a deep boat with a nice big deep water back end. All the XTRs you'll find standard with vinyl flooring, interior LED lighting, stereos now built into this series of boat. Beautiful in-dash GPS fish finder combinations that you'll find in here, and many, many more features available in these floor plans. Take a good look through the XTR, and I'm going to hop over to an X series to show that to you in a moment. Sitting now in one of our X Series models, available in a 16 and 18 like the one I'm in now, and also a bigger water version in a 20-foot model. You're going to see that the X Series really is the ultimate family boat while still having some of those great fishing amenities underneath some of these features that we're going to show you through. Still going to give you a beautiful walk-in bow area that's available in the 18 and 20-foot model. Standard bow cushions we're going to find now in this model, as well as standard ski pylon, again giving you that multi-purpose boat, that family boat in mind. A full-length convertible bench is what you're going to find at the rear of this boat that flips up and gives you the ability to fit 3 full-grown passengers versus the easy flip 50-50 benches we saw in the other series of models. Carpeted flooring is what you're going to find on both the bow and stern decks on the X series of models, just again giving you that plush, that comfort, that walk around, soft touch feel on your bare feet. Still, again, with fishing in mind and that dual purpose, you'll find live wells in this boat, you'll find in-floor big rod storage, you'll still find beautiful helms with combination GPS fish finder units, but definitely the X series is designed more after the family fisherman in mind, with a little bit more focus on the family amenities to it. Let's check out the F series to wrap up all these series together, and hopefully this helped you get some of the differentiators out of the X series. First thing you'll find on the F series is beautiful exterior matte black paint jobs with a fantastic unique graphic package that really catches your eye. We've brought into our F series a lot of the main features that you've came to love in the X and the XTR and combined them into this F model, still giving you great fishability and a lot of the family feature elements to it. In the F series models, you'll still find all vinyl flooring throughout. You'll find easy flip 50-50 benches and bow cushion standard for the family that's in this model. You'll find the same console and helm that exists in our X series of models in our F17 and F19 models. On top of that, for those that are looking to elevate the fishing experience or bring it up another level, we introduced all new to us last year the F17 and F19 in a Pro Tiller as well as Pro Full Windshield models, giving you even more rod storage, more tackle storage. You're going to find bigger, larger graphs. You're going to find raised helms and higher windshields on these models, larger front casting decks on those F17 and F19s. So if you're looking for one of our ultimate pro fishing layouts, pro fishing models, those F Pro models are probably going to fit the bill for you. So thanks for checking out this tour of our XTEs, our XTRs, our X, and our F series, and I look forward to joining you back in the studio live now for any questions that you might have. All right, Legend fans, we are back live with you now here in the studio. I quickly ran up the stairs, I threw off that sweater from that cold showroom, and we're back here live to help answer any of the questions that you have on those family and fishing boats. Again, we could have spent all day long down in that showroom going through the details, the features, the highlights of every single series, but really the intention was to give you a good quick look and a good feel and flavor of each one of those offerings. Obviously, we're standing by with any of the questions that you may have, and I was excited to see that this session brought in a fair amount of questions ahead of time from those of you that had some questions on some of the family and fishing boats, and I'm going to try to answer some of those that we didn't get to maybe in more detail in the video now. Looking at a question on differences between the XTR and F series. The two offer quite similar features. That's a great point. Very, very similar in terms of definitely family and fishing boats in mind. The F series, as I mentioned in the video, really tries to combine a lot of the elements of both the X series, a little bit more the family side of the boat, and some of the fishing amenities, and pulls those in together to give you a very fishable and family boat. You'll have things like the bow cushions standard on the F series that you won't find on the XTRs. A little bit of a different look in the consoles as well to those models, and more importantly, the F series is going to touch on some sizes of models that we don't offer in the XTRs or the X series. So you're going to find those models laid out in 17, 19 footers. That 17-foot floor plan in an F17 is a great floor plan that we're going to find a lot of our customers who potentially were looking at a 16-footer with a 90 max horsepower, see the value in going to that 17 with a 90, a little bit wider, a little bit deeper, and is going to accommodate that engine very well. And then likewise with the 19-footer, just a bit bigger than our 18-foot floor plans and just a bit smaller than those 20s. So the F-Series is going to fill the gaps in between some of those sizes as well for us and bring in a lot of the features from both of those series. Mentioned it quickly in the video as well. You see the introduction late last year with our Pro models only available in the F-Series. So even more tackle storage, even better traditional rod storage that's in there. You're going to find the raised helm that's in there with a higher windshield, giving the ability to sit nice and deep and low in that boat, and much larger front casting decks. So although they can look similar at first glance, primarily I would say to summarize those, two unique sizes not offered in the other models, as well as taking a lot of the elements of both series to try to blend in together to be a perfect boat for somebody. Another great question, somebody's asking about the bow to stern covers, or travel covers I guess it says here. If my full windshield boat comes with the full stand-up top, do I need a travel cover? I would say the answer is yes on that one. Full stand-up top is really designed for on water use, extends your season earlier in the spring, later in the fall. It's going to work well maybe if it's sitting at the dock, that you can put that up, but it's certainly not going to be 100% waterproof by any means. It's really designed to give you foul water protection while you're out on the water. That bow to stern cover is ultimately a really nice custom fit travel cover, heading down the roads, heading down the highways, leaving it parked in the driveway or in your slip. That's going to be a great full cover option for you. And we see most people will still add the custom fit travel covers, even though they have the full stand-up tops in mind. Do I need a ski pylon to tube? I might have answered some of this question for those of you guys that had the opportunity to check out the water sports section with Geordie. You definitely do not need a ski pylon to tube. In fact, it's actually not recommended for tubing applications. Those ski pylons are really designed for skiers or wakeboarders in mind. Geordie pointed out to us earlier today in the water ski session that we really want to be towing from the lowest, strongest point of our boat, which on our models will typically be the transom hooks bolted right through that transom and using a traditional ski or a V bridle for tubing applications. So the answer to that one is no, you don't need it to tube. In fact, we actually don't want you tubing on those, especially as these tubes have gotten bigger and bigger. Jump into another question on the full stand-up tops. How long does it take to put the full weather top up? Obviously, I'm a little bit seasoned to it. I've been with Legend now for 15 years, so probably quicker after you've done a few of them than for a novice boater. Top goes up pretty quickly, I would say. I'd say you want to give yourself maybe 10 minutes for the entire top. Remember, they're pretty modular as well, but by what I mean by that is the full bimini top will open up, snap to the full windshield, and then now we're just zipping in the side curtains. They're very easy to see what side they go on. We've got the two side curtains, we've got one back cover, and then we've got a front bow cover, all standard on the majority of our full windshield models. So obviously the quicker you go, the more times you do it, the quicker it becomes, but they are pretty easy to do. Another question, great to see even more of them coming in now. What do we got here? When will we see potentially larger boats with more cockpit space, XTR for that matter? Marc talked a little bit about it in the original session and kind of state of the boating industry and where we're at, and we have definitely seen the evolution of our 19 and 20 foot models becoming more and more popular. I remember when it used to seem like a handful of our partners were selling our X20s and our 20 XTRs, and now literally every dealer coast to coast finds that to be one of their most popular models. And with that being said, has almost put some demand out there for Legend to come out with something slightly larger, 21, 22 foot models. We definitely work on a lot of product development as we go. Marc talked about some of the challenges that we have in introducing new products, new segments today with supply chain challenges. But I don't have anything to give you for an immediate answer on those. But it is a goal of ours in the foreseeable future to definitely bring to the market something slightly larger than our existing boats without giving away too much and too early. On the X series, how thick is the sidewall on the boat? I would like to net in the bow on either side to tackle, but it seems to have the aluminum hull, 2016 X18 to have to. I think what you're asking me for is how thick is the overall aluminum on those boats. All of our two-piece welded hull designs are done in a super thick 0.100 gauge aluminum hull. That's the beauty of those welded hulls. Every single one of those models that I went through with you in the showroom is a two-piece welded hull design. We use a center extrusion that runs right from the bow all the way to the stern. We take those two plates of equally strong 100 gauge aluminum, we lock them into that extrusion, ultimately giving you a very strong, stable boat. We build them the same rate from the 16-foot model all the way to the 20-foot model. We're not sacrificing any of the thickness in the aluminum, the construction, the durability, any of the way that we build the hull right from our starting price point in an XTE right to our X20, all done in the same thickness. So I hope that answered that question if that's what you were asking. But that was great, and if not, keep firing away. A few others that came in that are in there, but I think we've touched on the brunt of them that went through that video. Again, we could spend all day long walking through each one of those models. I really encourage you to reach out to a member of our Legend team or your closest Legend partner today to be able to set up a tour of one of these boats for you. Not everybody's blessed with big, beautiful indoor showrooms, but I encourage you to reach out to those partners, and I would imagine many of them would be inclined, if they've got the inventory or if they've got a model they can show you, to set an appointment with you. Make sure it's brought into the shop for you. Make sure it's cleared of any shrink wrap or snow so that you can see a boat in person, and the only way to find out if you can do that is by reaching out to one of those closest Legend partners today. That wraps up our fishing and family fishing series of boats. We're going to leave you till 12 o'clock today, and we're going to be back heading over to Verdicchio restaurant here in Sudbury, where he's going to walk us through cooking up a pretty amazing sounding fish fry recipe. We hope you check that out. It should get you in lunchtime mode, and we'll see you at 12 o'clock for fishing with Marc Gregorini, cooking fish with Marc Gregorini, live at 12 o'clock.
I got into fishing late, to be honest. I was one of those kids where I used to wear gloves and stick a stick through the fish's gills because I didn't like touching it. I was afraid of the fish slime. So it's funny how I had to overcome my fears on that to where I am today. I was never a big fish eater either, I guess, but that's growing on me too. I guess the chase, being out, I've always been into the outdoors too, but learning and evolving to understanding what you have to do for each species and what you want to accomplish. You go, bud? You're always hunting for fish. You're a fish hunting dog. He'll watch all day. Ice fishing, his eyes are glued to the hole. Doesn't move. I come over to Lake Manitou basically because I love it. It's a great fishery, good fishery, lots of fish, good size fish. It's like fishing at home to me. It's something that I've always done as a kid and I grew up loving, and there's nothing really much more I'd like to do other than be here. I got a lot of family out here too as well, so it just feels right to always be out here fishing and learning it. Yeah, I got my family roots. My grandfather and my grandmother and my dad are all born and raised here. I got a lot of other cousins too as well. my parents' farm, 400 acres just down the road in Takema. And we love it, do all my fishing and hunting up here. And like I said, if I could move up here at some point in my life, I'm gonna make it happen, because this is like one of the most beautiful places on earth, I think, personally. And Sam likes it too. Confidence check, Sam, 100%. Let's make this work. Well, a lot of people look at me like I got two heads when you say you fish Lake Huron and Lake Manitou and all this big water with a 14-foot pro sport with a 20 Mercury. But you take your time, you choose your days, you'll get your fish. It's a great boat for really anything that you want to do when it comes to lake trout fishing, salmon fishing, pike, bass, you name it. You can get out there with this boat, no problem. I get a lot of weird looks out here seeing what I do in open water jigging for lake trout, because people only ever think to jig lake trout in the wintertime. I find it works really good. There's days where I'll have guys downrigging all around me and they're the ones watching me catch the fish. It's fun, but then there's some days where I'm the one watching too. It goes both ways. It's an awesome feeling though when you get a fish on the drop. Like you close your bail, and then as soon as you close your bail, your rod just freaking hikes over. I don't think you'll ever find other place in the world where doesn't matter who you drive by, they'll throw you a wave, a hi, how you doing? You'll never find that anywhere else. It's just, I think the people around on the island are like the best. Like the most genuine, kindest people you'll ever see.
Oh, there's one. Probably started fishing when I was like 2 or 3, but you know, getting the teenage years and kind of slow down for a bit. But I've been really heavy back into it for the last 4 or 5 years. Just getting really back into it. I think I started fishing strong again 4 years ago, and then didn't take long before I decided it was time to get my own boat instead of borrowing my dad's all the time. So I've had this for 3 seasons now, and it's been incredible to be able to just go whenever I want. There's days where you come out here and it's like this, and then within half an hour you're dealing with like massive waves. it's so hard to tell. Like in the boat, you're fine because you have enough time to kind of get yourself out of there, but on a kayak, it gets a little risky. I like the confidence. Little guy. Nope. Nipissing's very frustrating, and you'll have a lot of spots that go from like 40 feet to like 2 feet. And that whole area when you're going out is just covered in rocks. There's tons of shoals and like shallow spots. Like it's not a deep lake, so you really have to be careful here. I'd say it's probably my favorite lake to fish in because of like the chances of catching a nice big fish. And like I have a lot of fun fishing here, but I've also never had a lake like frustrate me so much. Yeah, and like there's days where you'll go out and catch nothing. And like it's such a big lake that you have to plan like basically night before. Like you can't anticipate coming here. Because if the lake is just looking rough, then you wasted your time planning it. I feel kind of upset that I caught that 6-pounder at the start of the season. Because now nothing's gonna compare to that. Like I see a fish, I'm like, yeah, but you're not 6. Which is so rare too. Unless you're on Sipko. This is known as a really good walleye and smallmouth fishery. Like Simcoe's the same thing though, like tons of different species of fish and stuff, but like it's really well known for the size of the smallmouth. And it's because they have goby in the lake. We don't have goby. If we had goby, then I'd be scared to see the monster smallmouth you pull out of here. But they're really bad for the fishery at the same time, right? You stay in.
That is a nice one.
Oh, he feels good. All right. He's coming down. There we go. Oh, that's a really good one.
No, he looks like he's hooked pretty well, so. That's a beauty. Really nice one. Ooh, that's a nice one. That's okay. He's still fighting good, so.
Yeah. Yeah, he's tired. Nope.
Sorry, buddy.
That's good. That's a beauty.
Really nice one.
That's a beauty fish. Three six. So just over 3.5.
Beautiful. What a great fight too. He surfaced a couple times.
Oh yeah. Perfect. All right, let him go. Is that a fish? Yep. First cast with that. That was the first cast after tying that on. It's got a belly on it for a little guy. Oh, about the same size. They're digging though. It's a medium heavy rod. Like, it's fighting pretty good. Look how fired up that guy is. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, that's a good one. 1.8. It looks bigger than the other one. Yeah, now looking at him, he's pretty much just a little fatter, but similar length. Oh yeah, right. Kids are really starting to get into it. And especially with COVID, like, there wasn't a lot of time for people to be on the water, but now people have kind of realized how big of a benefit it is to get out on the lake and actually just go fishing and enjoy nature. So you're gonna have that uptick of people that fell in love with this. I remember looking at prices of other companies and just being like, oh, I can't do that. So like all things considered, Legend is definitely like makes it affordable for people to actually get on the water compared to a lot of companies. This was by far the best side console price that I could find, and like for me having the side console was a big thing. Like I wanted kind of as close to a bass boat as I could get without having a bass boat. I like this one because like it's still a V, like I can't handle big water, but like I'm not overly paranoid when there's waves, and I feel more comfortable cutting through than I would on a bass boat.
I got into fishing late, to be honest. I was one of those kids where I used to wear gloves and stick a stick through the fish's gills because I didn't like touching it. I was afraid of the fish slime. So it's funny how I had to overcome my fears on that to where I am today. I was never a big fish eater either, I guess, but that's growing on me too. I guess the chase, being out, I've always been into the outdoors too, but learning and evolving to understanding what you have to do for each species and what you want to accomplish. You go, bub? You're always hunting for fish. You're a fish hunting dog. He'll watch all day. Ice fishing, his eyes are glued to the hole. Doesn't move. I come over to Lake Manitou basically because I love it. It's a great fishery, good fishery, lots of fish, good size fish. It's like fishing at home to me. It's something that I've always done as a kid and I grew up loving, and there's nothing really much more I'd like to do other than be here. I got a lot of family out here too as well, so it just feels right to always be out here fishing and learning it. Yeah, I got my family roots. My grandfather and my grandmother and my dad are all born and raised here. I got a lot of other cousins too as well. My parents' farm, 400 acres just down the road in Takima, and we love it. Do all my fishing and hunting up here, and like I said, if I could move up here at some point in my life, I'm gonna make it happen because this is like one of the most beautiful places on earth, I think, personally. And Sam likes it too. Confidence check, Sam, 100%. Let's make this work. A lot of people look at me like I got two heads when you say you fish Lake Huron and Lake Manitou and all this big water with a 14-foot pro sport with a 20 Mercury. But you take your time, you choose your days, you'll get your fish. It's a great boat for really anything that you want to do when it comes to lake trout fishing, salmon fishing, pike, bass, you name it. You can get out there with this boat, no problem. I get a lot of weird looks out here, seeing what I do in open water jigging for lake trout, because people only ever think to jig lake trout in the wintertime. I find it works really good. There's days where I'll have guys downrigging all around me and they're the ones watching me catch the fish. It's fun, but then there's some days where I'm the one watching too. It goes both ways. It's an awesome feeling though, when you get a fish on the drop. Like you close your bail, and then as soon as you close your bail, your rod just freaking hikes over. I don't think you'll ever find other place in the world where doesn't matter who you drive by, they'll throw you a wave, a hi, how you doing? You'll never find that anywhere else. It's just, I think the people around on the island are like the best. Like the most genuine, kindest people you'll ever see.
Oh, there's one. Probably started fishing when I was like 2 or 3, but you know, getting the teenage years and kind of slow down for a bit. But I've been really heavy back into it for the last 4 or 5 years. Just getting really back into it. I think I started fishing strong again 4 years ago, and then didn't take long before I decided it was time to get my own boat instead of borrowing my dad's all the time. So I've had this for 3 seasons now, and it's been incredible to be able to just go whenever I want. There's days where you come out here and it's like this, and then within half an hour you're dealing with like massive waves. It's so hard to tell. Like in the boat you're fine because you have enough time to kind of get yourself out of there, but on a kayak it gets a little risky. I like the confidence. Little guy. Nope. Nipissing's very frustrating, and you'll have a lot of spots that go from like 40 feet to like 2 feet. And that whole area when you're going out is just covered in rocks. There's tons of shoals and like shallow spots. Like it's not a deep lake, so you really have to be careful here. I'd say it's probably my favorite lake to fish in because of like the chances of catching a nice big fish. And like I have a lot of fun fishing here, but I've also never had a lake like frustrate me so much. Yeah, and like there's days where you'll go out and catch nothing. And like it's such a big lake that you have to plan like basically night before. Like you can't anticipate coming here. If the lake is just looking rough, then you wasted your time planning it. I feel kind of upset that I caught that 6-pounder at the start of the season, because now nothing's gonna compare to that. Like I see a fish, I'm like, yeah, but you're not 6. Which is so rare too. Unless you're on Simcoe. This is known as a really good walleye and smallmouth fishery. Like Simcoe's the same thing though, like tons of different species of fish and stuff, but like it's really well known for the size of the smallmouth. And it's because they have goby in the lake. We don't have goby. If we had goby, then I'd be scared to see the monster smallmouth you pull out of here. But they're really bad for the fishery at the same time, right? You stay in.
That is a nice one.
Oh, he feels good. All right. He's coming down. There we go. Oh, that's a really good one.
No, he looks like he's hooked pretty well, so. That's a beauty. Really nice one. Ooh, that's a nice one. That's okay. He's still fighting good, so.
Yeah. Yeah, he's tired. Nope.
Sorry, buddy.
That's good. That's a beauty.
Really nice one.
That's a beauty fish. Three six. So just over 3.5.
Beautiful. What a great fight too. He surfaced a couple times.
Oh yeah. Perfect. All right, let him go. That a fish? Yep. First cast with that. That was the first cast after tying that on. It's got a belly on it for a little guy. Oh, about the same size. They're digging though. It's a medium heavy rod. Like, it's fighting pretty good. Look how fired up that guy is. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, that's a good one. 1.8. It looks bigger than the other one. Yeah, now looking at him, he's pretty much just a little fatter, but similar length. Oh yeah. Right. Kids are really starting to get into it. And especially with COVID, like, there wasn't a lot of time for people to be on the water, but now people have kind of realized how big of a benefit it is to get out on the lake and actually just go fishing and enjoy nature. So you're gonna have that uptick of people that fell in love with this. I remember looking at prices of other companies and just being like, oh, I can't do that. So like, all things considered, Legend is definitely like, makes it affordable for people to actually get on the water compared to a lot of companies. This was by far the best side console price that I could find. And like, for me, having the side console was a big thing. Like, I wanted kind of as close to a bass boat as I could get without having a bass boat. I like this one because like, it's still a V, like I can't handle big water, but like I'm not overly paranoid when there's waves, and I feel more comfortable cutting through than I would on a bass boat.
I got into fishing late, to be honest. I was one of those kids where I used to wear gloves and stick a stick through the fish's gills because I didn't like touching it. I was afraid of the fish slime. So it's funny how I had to overcome my fears on that to where I am today. I was never a big fish eater either, I guess, but that's growing on me too. I guess the chase, being out, I've always been into the outdoors too, but learning and evolving to understanding what you have to do for each species and what you want to accomplish. You go, bub? You're always hunting for fish. You're a fish hunting dog. He'll watch all day. Ice fishing, his eyes are glued to the hole. Doesn't move. I come over to Lake Manitou basically because I love it. It's a great fishery, good fishery, lots of fish, good size fish. It's like fishing at home to me. It's something that I've always done as a kid and I grew up loving, and there's nothing really much more I'd like to do other than be here. I got a lot of family out here too as well, so it just feels right to always be out here fishing and learning it. Yeah, I got my family roots. My grandfather and my grandmother and my dad are all born and raised here. I got a lot of other cousins too as well. My parents' farm, 400 acres just down the road in Takema, and we love it. Do all my fishing and hunting up here, and like I said, if I could move up here at some point in my life, I'm gonna make it happen because this is like one of the most beautiful places on earth, I think, personally. And Sam likes it too. Confidence check, Sam, 100%. Let's make this work. Well, a lot of people look at me like I got two heads when you say you fish Lake Huron and Lake Manitou and all this big water with a 14-foot pro sport with a 20 Mercury, but you take your time, you choose your days, you'll get your fish. It's a great boat for really anything that you want to do when it comes to lake trout fishing, salmon fishing, pike, bass, you name it. You can get out there with this boat, no problem. I get a lot of weird looks out here seeing what I do in open water jigging for lake trout because people only ever think to jig lake trout in the wintertime. I find it works really good. There's days where I'll have guys downrigging all around me and they're the ones watching me catch the fish. It's fun, but then there's some days where I'm the one watching too. It goes both ways. It's an awesome feeling though when you get a fish on the drop. Like you close your bail, and then as soon as you close your bail, your rod just freaking hikes over. I don't think you'll ever find other place in the world where doesn't matter who you drive by, they'll throw you a wave, a hi, how you doing? You'll never find that anywhere else. It's just, I think the people around on the island are like the best. Like the most genuine, kindest people you'll ever see.
Oh, there's one. Probably started fishing when I was like 2 or 3, but you know, getting the teenage years and kind of slow down for a bit. But I've been really heavy back into it for the last 4 or 5 years. Just getting really back into it. I think I started fishing strong again 4 years ago, and then didn't take long before I decided it was time to get my own boat instead of borrowing my dad's all the time. So I've had this for 3 seasons now, and it's been incredible to be able to just go whenever I want. There's days where you come out here and it's like this, and then within half an hour you're dealing with like massive waves. It's so hard to tell. Like in the boat you're fine because you have enough time to kind of get yourself out of there, but on a kayak it gets a little risky. I like the confidence. Little guy. Nope. Nipissing's very frustrating, and you'll have a lot of spots that go from like 40 feet to like 2 feet. And that whole area when you're going out is just covered in rocks. There's tons of shoals and like shallow spots. Like it's not a deep lake, so you really have to be careful here. I'd say it's probably my favorite lake to fish in because of like the chances of catching a nice big fish. And like I have a lot of fun fishing here, but I've also never had a lake like frustrate me so much. Yeah, and like there's days where you'll go out and catch nothing. And like it's such a big lake that you have to plan like basically night before. Like you can't anticipate coming here. If the lake is just looking rough, then you've wasted your time planning it. I feel kind of upset that I caught that 6-pounder at the start of the season, because now nothing's gonna compare to that. Like I see a fish, I'm like, yeah, but you're not 6, which is so rare too, unless you're on Simcoe. This is known as a really good walleye and smallmouth fishery. Like Simcoe's the same thing though, like tons of different species of fish and stuff, but like it's really well known for the size of the smallmouth. And it's because they have goby in the lake. We don't have goby. If we had goby, then I'd be scared to see the monster smallmouth you pull out of here. But they're really bad for the fishery at the same time, right? You stay in.
That is a nice one.
Oh, he feels good. All right. He's coming down. There we go. Oh, that's a really good one.
No, he looks like he's hooked pretty well, so. That's a beauty. Really nice one. Ooh, nice one. That's okay. He's still fighting good, so.
Yeah. Yeah, he's tired. Nope.
Sorry, buddy.
That's good. That's a beauty.
Really nice one.
That's a beauty fish. Three-six. So just over 3.5.
Beautiful. What a great fight too. He surfaced a couple times.
Oh yeah. Perfect. All right, let him go. A fish, yep. First cast with that. That was the first cast after tying that on. It's got a belly on it for a little guy. Oh, about the same size. They're digging though. It's a medium heavy rod. Like, it's fighting pretty good. Look how fired up that guy is. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, that's a good one. 1.8. It looks bigger than the other one. Yeah, now looking at him, he's pretty much just a little fatter, but similar length. Oh yeah, right. Kids are really starting to get into it. And especially with COVID, like, there wasn't a lot of time for people to be on the water, but now people have kind of realized how big of a benefit it is to get out on the lake and actually just go fishing and enjoy nature. So you're gonna have that uptick of people that fell in love with this. I remember looking at prices of other companies and just being like, oh, I can't do that. So like, all things considered, Legend is definitely like, makes it affordable for people to actually get on the water compared to a lot of companies. This was by far the best side console price that I could find. And like, for me, having the side console was a big thing. Like, I wanted kind of as close to a bass boat as I could get without having a bass boat. I like this one because like, it's still a V, like it can't handle big water, but like I'm not overly paranoid when there's waves and I feel.
Welcome back, Legend fans. I hope you guys are getting hungry. It is 12 o'clock. It is that time of day. It times out perfectly well for our next session that we're coming to you today. As part of our Boaters Launch Day, we're gonna head over to Verdicchio Restaurant. We're gonna cook some fish with Master Chef Marc Gregorini. He's telling me that get ready, he's going to cook us some fritto misto di pesce. All that to say, he's taken a good look at some local fish, some rainbow trout caught out of Manitoulin. He's also taken some northern pike, and he's added some really interesting fish and some options not found around here to put that dish together. Bear with me, I'm certainly no chef as we go through this journey together, and watch what Marc can turn this into, and I think you're gonna be all excited. The whole idea of this session is how can we take that fish that we caught today and turn it into something that's gonna really impress the entire family or any guests that you may have around. So give us a little bit of time as we prepare this lunch together, and you're certainly going to be able to take this recipe down the road when we post it live for you as well, and you can try out this dish at your own house later on once we get the recipe posted up. So without further ado, we're going to take a little bit of a break. I'm going to quickly jump in the Legend truck here and head over to Verdicchio Restaurant, and we'll see you there in just a few seconds. Hey Legend fans, Jesse here, and our next session is going to feature Marc Gregorini. Marc is a owner-operator here at Verdicchio Restaurant in Sudbury, Ontario. We've had the pleasure of working with Marc over the years as he's helped us cater a lot of our partner events that any of you dealers that are at home watching have certainly taken part in the great Monday night barbecue that we have at our annual partner conference. So Marc today is going to spend a little bit of time with us and help us, learn how to prepare fish that the entire family is going to like. We're obviously in a different environment today. We're here, we're masked up. Restaurants aren't even officially back open yet. So Marc was gracious enough to have us in here for a little bit of private time and share with us some local fish as well as a few different things that he's going to walk us through. Marc, what are we going to try to cook up today?
Awesome. Thanks for letting me do this. It's a pleasure. So today we're going to do a traditional Italian dish. It's called fritto misto di pesce. Basically translated as fried fish, mixed fried fish. This is a dish that you typically see on the coastal lines of, say, the provinces of La Marche, Liguria, Lazio, and also Emilia-Romagna. And it's quite popular as a street food.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Fried fish definitely seems to go over well for most of us Canadians at times, and getting your kids to really enjoy the fish as well.
Yeah.
You can bring in that fried element certainly.
And it's great, especially with my 3 kids at home. they're always up for a good plate of this frito miso, and it's one of our popular dishes at home.
Sure. So what are we going to start with, and how long does each dish or each type of fish take for us to get going?
Okay, so what we'll do is I'll do a little bit of explanation. Okay, what the difference between this and probably like a fish fry is in the manner of what we do it. The mixture that we use, typically with a fish fry, you'll use a flour of some sort. We mix it with semolina and all-purpose flour. It's a half and half mix, so 50-50 or 1 part to 1 part. Semolina is a type of wheat called durum wheat, and it's a little bit more coarser, and it gives it that crispness that you'll enjoy with the fish when you do a fish fry.
For anyone watching at home trying to frantically write down those notes, we are going to share these recipes with you after. You can either check this out once we post the content to one of our blogs or on our landing page for the virtual Boat Day Boaters launch. So we'll get you these full recipes as well, so you can try it out at home one time or this weekend even.
Okay, so what we have here is I did a little bit of mix. I did a little bit of seafood and some freshwater local fare. So we have some nice fresh pike, we have some Manitoulin and rainbow trout, some calamari, some nice shrimp, and some scallops that we're going to add to this to make this a great combination. So first what we're going to do is we're going to take the rainbow trout, okay, place it on our cutting board, and what you want to do is you kind of want to check for your spines and your bones, make sure there's none. I typically do not like them, and neither do my kids.
Yeah, I would say that's key for the family to enjoy. There's nothing quicker than get to turn off somebody newer to fish is to find that bone. So.
For sure. We're going to take the fatty part off, so we're going to take the belly off, and you can always use it for something else. But for this application, we'll take it off. Okay. And feel again, and then we always leave the skin on, because the skin on will be nice and crispy. Okay. A lot of people like to eat the skin,
right?
And it gives it a nice look also for presentation. Okay. We'll season it with a little bit of salt and pepper.
Sure.
Okay. The salt and pepper won't make it that saltiness that you would think. It actually brings out the natural flavors of the fish. Okay. Then what we will do is we will cut it into strips.
Cool. How long have you been into the restaurant business for, Marc?
So we were opened in '94, and I worked 94. Then I worked actually been in the industry since I was 15.
Okay, wow.
Yeah, working at various restaurants across town. So it's been a great. It's always been a lot of fun. I really enjoy it.
And how long has Verdicchio's been here for?
So Verdicchio opened up in 1994.
94. Okay.
Okay, so we're just going to take the rest of it. Okay, the tail, and then we're just going to put it aside for now.
Okay.
Okay, and this will be ready for the dredging.
Let me know if I can be a sous chef at all, or if I'm just going to get in your way. Feel free to push me out of the way.
No worries. Okay, the next one we're going to take is your pike. This one here is already skinned. Okay, so and already filled. So we're going to season it. Again, salt and pepper. Very simple. Italian cuisine is very simple. We very rarely use more than 5 ingredients on any dish because we like to bring out the natural flavors of the product. Okay, here we have some shrimp. So what we're going to do is we're going to take the shell off. Okay, we'll make sure that it's veined right down the center. Okay, and we'll leave the tail on. Okay, I like cooking with the shell. I always find that when the shell is even, if I was doing a different application, if I was sauteing some shrimp in a pan for pasta, I would all leave the shells on. It brings much more flavor to it.
Okay.
Okay. So these will just take off really quick.
So that's the main reason shells on. I always never quite understood that in some of the pasta dishes that I had to go back in and take the shells back after, but that's helping me for the overall flavors, leaving those on and taking them off after.
Yeah. It's a little bit of a pain because especially for the diner and for the guests because they have to use their hands to do it.
Of course.
But it does make a big difference in your pastas.
Okay.
Here we have calamari. Okay, so this is calamari or squid. When you receive calamari, sometimes they'll be already cleaned. Other times
it already looks like onion rings sometimes for me.
Sometimes they'll be in rings, and sometimes you'll have to check to make sure that there'll be a little piece inside. It's almost like a hard kind of shell, and you'd have to remove that. These ones have already been removed already.
Okay.
Okay. There we go. Okay. Sometimes you'll also see that they do have the wings on the side. You can cut those off, just and you can also use it in some other dish. They're still edible, but for this application we don't use it.
Okay.
Okay, then you would cut them in strips. Okay, we'll put them aside for now.
So the whole overall dish, are we practicing making individual items that we'd have on their own, or is this intended to be all
So
together?
this will be all together.
All together,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, it'll be one.
One big
Beautiful.
seafood medley.
Yeah, exactly. And then you have your scallops here. You can leave them whole, or you can cut them in half, whatever you like. You'll see here you have a little piece right here. Okay, this part here you can take off because as it's two different muscles, as you cook it, this muscle will get very tough because this one will take a little bit longer.
Right.
Depends on your texture, how you like it, but you can put it aside or you can cook them separately. Okay, so next what we want to do, okay, we already seasoned our fish.
Yep.
Okay, so what we want to do is we want to place the calamari and the scallops in milk. Okay, and what the milk will do, will take that fishiness out of it.
Okay.
Okay, it'll make it much
Street
milder.
milk, does it matter which kind?
No, it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Yes, milk is just
Milk,
regular
milk is milk. 2%, good to go.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. And what we're going to do, okay, is we're going to start with we'll place one piece just to see how it is. Okay.
Sure.
Dredge it, lightly dredge it, shake off the excess. Okay, and place it in. We'll check to see the temperature, make sure it's correctly it's done.
And no,
Usually it'll take
no
just-
pre-batter, no egg, then wash,
None,
straight
no.
in there, dredge. Dredge and go. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
You mentioned going to Italy every year. How often are you coming back with new ideas or
Yeah, I
new
used to-
tips, especially as a young kid coming back?
I used to go quite often, and I loved it over there.
Yeah.
Always come back. I find that when you submerge yourself in a culture like that, you're always learning much more than you would in a year of cooking.
Yeah. And just different ideas, right? You immerse yourself in that culture. It's something that you wouldn't have thought of maybe before. And,
Yeah, exactly. And they got so much different product too.
and tell me about the name Verdicchio. I was trying to do some Googling ahead of time, and I think I know what we mean, but I'd rather hear it
Yeah,
from the
so
horse's mouth.
Verdicchio is a grape varietal. It's a white wine grape varietal, or white grape varietal.
Okay.
That comes from La Marche. It's a very versatile grape varietal. It's one of the only white varietals that you can make various styles of. You can make sparkling, you can make dry, you can make sweet, you can age it in oak. So it's very unique.
Frito pisco.
Frito misto.
Frito misto. Pesco.
Frito pesto. All right. Okay.
It's looking good.
Nice color of the rainbow trout. It's beautiful. I love that. It adds so much to a plate.
Yeah.
Okay, now we'll do the here. Do a pike. Do a couple of these.
Yeah, that pike won't take long, too long probably.
It'll be very fast. Isn't it? Okay. And here we go. Okay, next is seafood. Okay, you want to make sure when you take it out of the milk that you shake as much of it out as you can.
Right.
Okay.
Also stop from some of the flare up maybe when you're
What's that?
to help stop from any of the flare up, or why are we making sure?
For the milk, no, just because then it gets almost like a batter, right?
Okay.
Because you can see that, you don't really see that,
Right.
the
just
flour,
super,
you know what I mean?
light.
So yeah, it's very, very light. second. All right. Cooking nicely. I'm getting hungry.
Yeah. So I'm getting is keeping it simple on the fish recipes can be your best friend at sometimes too, right? You don't have to, overdo it.
Like I said before, I mean, Italian cuisine is, it's all about the product, because that's really what you're eating. You're eating the product. So I think that the simpler you cook, you keep it, the more you get to taste that flavor. You can taste where it's coming from, you know, so it's really more enjoyable.
So we're going all of these just more by time and look once they're in the fryer.
Yes. Yeah.
What's the ideal temperature of that oil?
So we're keeping this probably approximately about 275.
275, okay. We see that's pretty consistent for all fish?
Yes, for this type of thing. What
type of
happens that
frying,
if you do it a little bit too high, you might break the fish apart.
Okay.
You know, because it'll be in too much of a violent boil. Plus, also because you got the extra virgin olive oil that has that lower boiling point. Okay. Okay. There.
Oh, shrimp look amazing.
Okay.
I do like the idea of mixing some of the, you know, the natural or fish that we're used to around here with some of the coastal stuff. It's an interesting idea.
Great. It adds a really nice texture to it.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I would have never thought of that.
This type of dish here in Italy, you would see it on the side of the road. You would have it wrapped up in newspaper, and you would like in a conical kind of holder, and then you would just eat it as you're walking.
And if you weren't eating it like that, we were at home, we wanted to prepare something like that. What are you recommending for nice sides? What would we putting?
So this would be perfect with like just a nice green salad, baby greens with just a little bit of olive oil, salt, pepper, a little bit of vinegar would go perfect with it.
Sure.
Something nice and light.
Yeah. I mean, the chef is paying closer attention to the scallop, so it must be important.
There we go. And there we go. And here we go. Okay, so now we'll do for plating.
Oh, that's a nice touch.
There you go. All right. And because I was touching some raw fish before, I'll use the gloves.
Right.
Okay, so here we go. Some pike here. There we go. All right. That. And then if you want, you can take some nice sage. Always add some nice aromatics to it. And there you are. Fritto misto di pesce.
Wow. I love it. All right, you shot. What should I go for?
I'll go over here.
Let's go for everything. All good? I'm gonna keep going. That looks good. Shrimp time. Oh. Mm-hmm. 2 for 2.
There you go.
On that calamari now. So far we're killing it. Or you're killing it. Mm-hmm. Yep. What am I missing? Oh, the pike. Really good. Really, really good. So that was amazing, Marc. I want to thank you for showing us how to make this amazing dish. And you know, I absolutely loved how we took a couple of the fish that we have the opportunity to catch in our own backyards here in Ontario. We sourced a couple different add-ons to that with the calamari, as well as what else do we have? The shrimp there as well. We put this dish together. This is certainly going to impress some of the guests in the family. It was quick. It was easy. It was some basic ingredients, and honestly, it was delicious. So thank you very much.
Thank you. My pleasure.
I appreciate it. Marc, again, owner here at Verdicchio Restaurant in Sudbury, just outside of where our head office is in Whitefish, Ontario. So we really wanted to combine these two Northern Ontario family companies and put something together here, and I think we accomplished that goal. So once again, thank you.
And it's always a pleasure working with you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Marc.
Thank you.
All right, Legend fans, we are now back at the Legend Studios. Special thanks again to Marc Gregorini of Verdicchio Restaurant, who helped us cook up that amazing fish dish. I know what many of you guys are thinking, Jesse, stick to boats and less to cooking, because clearly you don't know anything about what you're doing, and I believe that you are absolutely right. With that in mind, obviously we don't have the luxury of having Marc join us here in person to go through any questions that you might have on that dish, and I'm certainly not going to pretend to know anything about what we just did there. With that being said, though, we are going to do our best to get the full recipe up online for you. We did post it in the comments, but we're going to turn this into a separate segment on cooking that dish, so we hope you guys can check that clip out later and make this amazing fish dish for your family or your friends and be the hero at your next fish fry adventure. What's up next, guys? What's up next is going to be our VIB section that we have. So at 1 p.m., we're going to feature Marc Gareau, who's one of our memory makers here out of Legend Boats in Sudbury. He's going to be talking to us about the popularity and the growing popularity of VIB deck boats. And then he's going to probably give us the opportunity to go through one of those live with him here in the showroom as well. So if you've been interested in checking out a deck boat for this summer, you're not going to want to miss our 1 p.m. session as part of our Boaters launch day. Hopefully that session got you hungry. I'll let you go get something to eat, and please join us back at 1 p.m. Welcome back to our 1 p.m. session. Thank you to all of you that are tuning in, that are checking out the sessions today as part of our Early Bird Boaters Launch Day. There's been some great questions that have came throughout the day, and we're hoping to get you all of those answered. As I said in some of our earlier sessions, if you have to check in or check out at any time, don't be afraid. We are going to get all of these videos broken down and hosted for you over the upcoming few days on our early bird landing page at legendboats.com. Again, thank you to all of you that are watching. I'm really feeling the vibes from all of you at home that are watching. Speaking of those vibes, in a few moments, we're going to be joined by Marc Gareau, who's going to be sitting next to me. Marc is one of our memory makers here out of Sudbury, and he's going to talk to me in a little bit more detail on why are deck boats becoming so popular here at Legend Boats, and then we're going to have him take us through one of those live here in the Legend showroom. So give me a few seconds and we're going to bring Marc in and we're going to go through our VIB deck boat series. Hey Legend fans, Jesse back here with you with another session for our Early Bird Boaters Day launch. And I'm excited about this one. I'm going to pick Marc Gareau's brain here a little bit in more detail on our VIB deck boats. The deck boat segment class here at Legend Boats has absolutely been exponentially growing since we introduced them in 2018. So I'd like to help educate you guys a little bit on who the buyer that we're typically seeing is for these boats and why it might be the next best boat for you. Marc, we've been growing our deck boat sales year after year. We're certainly seeing more and more customers coming in our doors asking for these. What do you think makes them so popular and what makes them a great boat for someone?
Yeah, I think the deck boat in general is a very purpose-built boat to provide a lot of versatility. So it's gonna be a super fun boat that appeals to a lot of people. So whether you wanna go out for a slow cruise or a long cruise, you know, the wide bow makes it super stable. Also gives you that performance to get out there and tow some tubers, some skiers, and just give you a little bit of access to all sorts of different types of boating.
Sure, yeah, we introduced it back in 2018. As I said, kind of blew, you know, even my own expectations out of the water between, you know, the demand that we had for them at the Toronto Boat Show was our original launch. We came to the market with a 19 and a 20-foot version. Maybe talk to us a little bit more about what you see in the Legend lineup today.
Yeah, our 19 and our 20 were the introductory deck boats to our lineup. You're going to find those in a single console model, so just a wide open concept, provide seating for a lot of people. Now into our larger deck boats, our 21 and our 23 are available in similar shaped hulls, but bigger, wider, deeper, and also offered in a full windshield model, providing a little bit of extra comfort.
Yeah, you'll also find two color options now in the D19 and D20. That's been a welcome change. So we offered in a green, kind of a nice sporty exterior interior look, exterior and interior look, as well as the cognac version that we have now.
Yeah, the cognac version is brand new to our 19 and 20. It's going to be found across the board up into our 21 and 23 as well. Just adds another level of luxury to the look, a very classy, refined look to it.
Yeah, I remember we introduced it you know, a couple years later when we brought out the 21 and 23 versions, and that cognac really jumped out to a lot of our partners when they were the first ones to get a chance to touch and feel those deck boats. And they said, you gotta bring this out in the 19 and 20. So we listened to that feedback. We brought them to market in that D19 and 20 and that cognac interior as well. And I find it still pretty polarizing. You know, for every person that I think is gonna absolutely be drawn to the cognac interior, there's another person that equally loves the green sportier look. So I guess that's why there's different styles for different folks out there.
Definitely offers an option for all of our buyers to get into something that they truly love.
Talk to me about those buyers, Marc. Who are you seeing as the traditional VIB buyer today? Who are these boats appealing to the most? And were you surprised at the demographic or who is coming in the door?
The great thing about the VIBs is that they do appeal to a very wide audience. Whether you come from a standard fish and ski background, we've had a lot of previous Legend owners in 16, 18-foot boats just looking for a little bit more space to accommodate their growing families, or some of our customers that have had pontoon boats or maybe bow riders in the past and are looking for something that provides the versatility to do a little bit of everything that they've always enjoyed doing on the water.
Yeah, 100%. I was surprised by that myself. Actually, I wasn't picturing the traditional family fishing, you know, previous Legend owner now looking at something, you know, in the deck boat segment, but it makes sense. If you own the 18 or 19-foot boat, we get that excitement. We want something new in our lives. We maybe don't need the big, you know, pontoon boat. setup, and we found those types of customers drawn to the VIBs as well.
Yeah, and the great addition to some of the VIB models is that they do come with some fishing packages as well. So you're not left out. If you're the only fisherman in the family, you still have that option to get all your toys and gadgets and get out there and, you know, really slay some fish.
Yeah, and definitely I think you do find it kind of positioned in between a traditional family fishing boat and the larger pontoon boats that we have, and even some of the smaller pontoon boats. But you know, what are some of the pros and cons between a VIB deck boat and a Legend pontoon boat?
For sure. So a VIB deck boat is going to provide that fiberglass style boat. So it is going to be a heavier boat. It's going to feel a little bit more stable at rest even than a pontoon boat. It's going to give you a little bit better, sportier performance, a little bit more speed, a bit more agility in the turning and the cornering for your water sports and the like. Now the pontoon boats also come in a variety of trim levels, which might offer you a little bit more luxury and a little bit additional comfort when you're hosting a larger gang.
Yeah, and we've talked about it before too, but I think, you know, trailerability is something that I've seen some customers leaning maybe towards a deck boat on, you know, especially if you have some space constraints or this thing is planned to be parked in the driveway, maybe not at a cottage or in a slip. You know, getting a deck boat, you know, in and out of your driveway and not being super long, as you'll find a pontoon boat sitting on a trailer with, you know, longer tongues typically on the pontoon trailers. I find just better overall space. So depending on how many people you need, the VIB has been a great option.
Yeah, a very trailer friendly boat, a lot easier to get on, get off, and get you in and out of the ramp on a busy day.
Yeah, so just wanted to take a brief minute, give you a little overview of the series, you know, who we're typically seeing appealing to that boat, but we're fortunate enough, we're going to, you know, bug Marc a little bit more here, and we're going to take a little brief break, but when we come back, we're going to have him walk through one of our most popular deck boats, our D20, available in the cognac or the green version here today, and we'll be back in a minute or so to check that out.
Here in the showroom, checking out our VIB D20, go over some of the characteristics of what makes a deck boat a deck boat. In front, you can see big, wide, open from face design. It gives you access to the big open concept of the deck boats, along with the increased stability. The V-shaped hull, along with the big, deep chines on the exterior, provides a super stable ride at rest and in motion. Makes the boat quick to plane and gives you great banking and turning around those corners. What you'll find in all of our deck boats, at the front and the back of the boat, is an extended deck. On the deck, equipped is a very comfortable, soft to touch marine matting that is also non-slip. In the fore and aft, you'll find ladders that allow you to park at a nice cove and get out of the boat and get back of the boat comfortably. On VIBs that feature a fishing package, you'll find an extended front bow with integrated fishing chairs on a swivel, as well as an integrated bow live well. The open concept of the deck boats provide you with ample seating up to 12 passengers. You have comfortable seating along all of the perimeter of the boat, comfortable chaise loungers, as well as rear benches. Also allows for great freedom of movement throughout the boat. Similar to the benefits you receive in a pontoon boat, deck boats will also feature great storage under all of your bench seating. You'll find additional storage spaces throughout the boat, including under the console storage, which also holds your freshwater reservoir for your pump, large capacity ski locker, and an integrated cooler. Some of the great features here at the helm of the boat include comfort features such as a seat slider, your tilt steering to get you in that perfect driving position, as well as a beautiful wood inlay on the dash panel. Features a full gauge cluster including a tach, a speedometer, a voltometer, and a fuel gauge. You also have all of your switches at your fingertips, including your booming stereo system right here in front. Whether you're out tubing, skiing, or simply docking, the captain's chair on these deck boats is also equipped with a bolster to allow you to get up over the profile of the boat to provide you a better viewing angle. To maximize fun on the water, all of our deck boats are equipped with either a removable or retractable ski pylon. All deck boats feature a standard bimini top provide shade to your passengers while out on the water. Additional canvas options are available, which include full enclosures as well as mooring covers. No matter what you want to do on the water, Legend Boat's lineup of deck boats provides a little bit of something for everyone. For more information on any of our VIB models, reach out to your local dealer or visit our website at legendboats.com.
Big thank you to Marc Gareau, one of the memory makers here out of Sudbury, Ontario at the Whitefish location. We left him down in the showroom after that great walkthrough on one of our VIB deck boats. Again, any questions that you guys have on this series of boat, don't hesitate to reach out through our chat, through Facebook Messenger, or head into your closest Legend partner to learn a little bit more about those VIB deck boats and their growing popularity. We did have a few questions. I'm looking off screen here to a, off camera, sorry, to a monitor that we've got set up. It looks like a few of the questions we were able to answer through that video, I hope, but a couple are lingering that we didn't answer. I've got a question here on our VIB deck boats mainly for larger lakes. I would say the answer to that is no. Deck boats are certainly designed for probably the more smaller inland lakes in mind, you know, medium-sized lakes, not crazy wide and deep, especially in our 19 and 20 foot versions. However, if you get into the bigger D21 or D23, those are definitely with some of the larger waters in mind. We see a number of these on, you know, Simcoe and, you know, some of the Great Lakes and some of the bigger bodies of water out there, but overall designed for that medium-sized, small to medium-sized inland lake. How does it handle compared to your fishing boats? That's a great question. We often find deck boats being compared to pontoon boats, so I can appreciate the question on deck boat versus fishing boats. Very similar idea, comparing apples to oranges, a little bit tough here. The deck boat will sit a little bit lower in the water. It is fiberglass, the deck boat, so I find it's got a little bit more of that wider stability feel to it. The way that we've got them equipped with standard hydraulic steering and typically, you know, bigger horsepower, 115s and up, 150s even larger. You're going to find a little bit more performance on those, a little bit more cornering, a little bit more banking, but they handle very, very well, very, very smooth, and really kind of hold yourself to the water. They're that wider platform and that deck boat dihedral V-bottom design really slices through the top of the water. You're not really getting that big planing action that you would find in a traditional V-hull or fishing boat. One of the reasons we might want a deck boat instead of a pontoon boat, we touched a little bit on that in the with Marc, I believe, but again, I think they share a lot of the same common elements in terms of a boat that's a little bit more open, that we can fit some larger capacities on, 10 to 12 people. But the beauty of a deck boat, they're going to be a little bit more trailerable, take up physically less space. You know, a 19 or 20 foot deck boat sitting on a trailer is going to be much smaller of a footprint, potentially in a driveway, or where you're going to go, versus a big pontoon boat sitting up high on a trailer with a big long, you know, pontoon trailer. As well, the deck boat definitely going to give you a little bit more of the performance, a little bit more of the speed, again, depending on how you equip them, than a traditional maybe two-tube pontoon boat with some smaller horsepower would give you. But again, a lot of the same great features in both, or the same reasons you might look to both, are probably what keeps them being so popular. I'll take a quick look here, see if we've got any other questions. There was a few other live ones that I saw coming in. Pros and cons of that. Different color options, somebody chimed in on. I would say that we did touch base on that in the video. Our D19 and D20 models are available in that sportier green look, or the cognac interior gives you that beige cognac interior on the inside. Again, two different feels and looks when you look at that model. D21 and the D23 available in one color option only, in the cognac interior. That's going to wrap up our deck boat segment. Again, if there's any other questions down the road, feel free to fire those away into the chat box. We'll be sticking around all day long to answer those. What's next? We've got a Jon Sipko segment. Jon is a Legend owner himself, purchased an X20 from us out of the Barrie location a couple summers back. Jon does a lot of fishing on the bigger water, Lake Erie, Lake Ontario, and he's going to talk to us a little bit about his buying experience and some of the best practices for big water fishing. So Jon is going to join us live and virtually at 2 p.m. coming right up here shortly. So thanks for checking this session out, and we'll see you at 2 o'clock.
Launch is literally right there. The street ends at the launch. Not messing around. All right, let's roll out the bugs. You just come out here and go left, and then you have to putt down the channel. Yeah.
That's freaking beautiful right now. I've never seen it this calm on the big water. Like I was usually like scared to come out with my boat, but like this is so perfect. Like you can go way out right now with that thing. Yeah, no, it's so nice out here. The water's perfect, like perfect. Turned out to be a really nice day. can see the bottom. It's 20 feet though. It's crazy, it's so clear. Kind of started in high school a little bit, like later in high school. And then just fishing with my cousin out at our camp, and then finally bought a boat. And my first boat was an absolute piece of junk. Used that for like a year or two, and then I bought the same boat that she has. For about 5 years I had that, and then I finally got this. Finally getting pretty serious about it. It's fun. Keeps me out of trouble. It's funny, my dad never really like fished a whole lot or anything. Like we fished a little bit as kids. Like we did some camping, like nothing crazy, but we'd do little family camping trips, and I don't know, just kind of got hooked. What a loser. Yeah, then I got addicted to muskie fishing last summer. Oh, what a brutal sport. 10, 12, 14-hour days, catch nothing. Ooh. That was a beauty sunrise, Hopefully. That's great for fishing. Like this is what you want to see, a big green cabbage like that. Just try not to get the lure in it. It's the tricky part. It's nice to have a bigger boat, but the F-17 was big enough for me for right now, what I need. You know, I don't need a 19-foot boat. That's a lot of boat. A lot of times I'm fishing by myself, so it's just a great package. And they upgraded it so much from just the F-17 model. So much more fishability in it, like features of the boat and functions of the boat that make it just a great fishing rig. Like big cast deck like that, like fold down, big deck up here, the rod locker in the center, like you can fit 5 rods in there, 7 feet long a piece. So like, the fishing features are second to none. They're great.
Yep, get the net.
Nice. either. There we go. Decent little guy. Nothing crazy. Oh yeah, that'll be, that's great eating. Get big fillets off that. That's a nice bite. Just over 30. Perfect eater, buddy. I wouldn't even want to keep anything bigger than that.
The old hat dipper. Oh, that's actually so nice. No, it's so nice.
You have those days that are just like you can throw a freaking earplug in and you're catching fish some days. You're just like, yeah, those are the good days, and then you'll go through your slumps. You got to learn spots. Like, you got to get people to take you out and like show you spots. 90% of the fish are in 10% of the water. Not to say at any cast you can't catch a fish, because it's the Great Lakes and that can happen. But yeah, it takes time to start small and then you work your way up a little bit. You got to get some confidence in them, in what you're doing, you know. Like you said, happens when you least expect it. There's two guys talking and bam.
Launch is literally right there. The street ends at the launch. Not messing around.
You just come out here and go left, and then you have to putt down the channel. Yeah. That's freaking beautiful right now. I've never seen it this calm on the big water. Like I was usually like scared to come out with my boat, but like this is so perfect. Like you can go way out right now with that thing. Yeah, no, it's so nice out here. The water's perfect, like perfect. Turned out to be a really nice day. You can see the bottom. It's 20 feet though. It's crazy, it's so clear. Kind of started in high school a little bit, like later in high school. And then just fishing with my cousin out at our camp, and then finally bought a boat. And my first boat was an absolute piece of junk. Used that for like a year or two, and then I bought the same boat that she has. For about 5 years I had that, and then I finally got this. Finally getting pretty serious about it. It's fun. Keeps me out of trouble. It's funny, my dad never really like fished a whole lot or anything. Like we fished a little bit as kids. Like we did some camping, like nothing crazy, but we'd do little family camping trips, and I don't know, just kind of got hooked. What a loser. Yeah, then I got addicted to muskie fishing last summer. Oh, what a brutal sport. 10, 12, 14-hour days, catch nothing. Ooh. That was a beauty sunrise, Hovelay.
great for fishing. Like this is what you want to see, a big green cabbage like that. Just try not to get the lure in it. It's the tricky part. It's nice to have a bigger boat, but the F17 was big enough for me for right now, what I need. You know, I don't need a 19-foot boat. That's a lot of boat. A lot of times I'm fishing by myself, so it's just a great package. And they upgraded it so much from just the F17 model. So much more fishability in it, like features of the boat and functions of the boat that make it just a great fishing rig. Like big cast deck like that, like fold down, big deck up here, the rod locker in the center, like you can fit 5 rods in there, 7 feet long a piece. So like, the fishing features are second to none. They're great.
Yep, get the net.
Nice eater.
There we go. Decent little guy. Nothing crazy.
Oh yeah, that'll be, that's great eating. You get big fillets off that. That's a nice bite. Just over 30. Perfect eater, buddy. I wouldn't even want to keep anything bigger than that.
The old hat dipper. Oh, that's actually so nice. Oh, it's so nice.
You have those days that are just like you can throw a freaking earplug in and you're catching fish some days. You're just like, yeah, those are the good days, and then you'll go through your slumps. Well, you got to learn spots. Like you got to get people to take you out and like show you spots. 90% of the fish are in 10% of the water. Not to say at any cast you can't catch a fish, because it's the Great Lakes and that can happen, but yeah, it takes time to start small and then you work your way up a little bit. You got to get some confidence in them, in what you're doing, you know. Like you said, happens when you least expect it. There's 2 guys talking and then bam. literally right there. The street ends at the launch. Not messing around.
All right, let's roll bugs. You just come out here and go left, and then you have to putt down the channel. Yeah. That's freaking beautiful right now. Like, I've never seen it this calm on the big water. Like I was usually like scared to come out with my boat, but like this is so perfect. Like you can go way out right now with that thing. Yeah, no, it's so nice out here. The water's perfect, like perfect. Turned out to be a really nice day. You can see the bottom. It's 20 feet though. It's crazy, it's so clear. Kind of started in high school a little bit, like later in high school. And then just fishing with my cousin out at our camp, and then finally bought a boat. And my first boat was an absolute piece of junk. Used that for like a year or two, and then I bought the same boat that she has. For about 5 years I had that, and then I finally got this. Finally getting pretty serious about it. It's fun. Keeps me out of trouble. It's funny, my dad never really like fished a whole lot or anything. Like we fished a little bit as kids. Like we did some camping, like nothing crazy, but we'd do little family camping trips, and I don't know, just kind of got hooked. What a loser. Yeah, then I got addicted to muskie fishing last summer. Oh, what a brutal sport. 10, 12, 14-hour days, catch nothing. Oof. That was a beauty sunrise, hopefully. That's great for fishing. Like, this is what you want to see, a big green cabbage like that. Just try not to get the lure in it. It's the tricky part. It's nice to have a bigger boat, but the F-17 was big enough for me for right now, what I need. You know, I don't need a 19-foot boat. That's a lot of boat. A lot of times I'm fishing by myself, so it's just a great package. And they upgraded it so much from just the F-17 model. So much more fishability in it, like features of the boat and functions of the boat that make it just a great fishing rig. Like big cast deck like that, like fold down, big deck up here, the rod locker in the center, like you can fit 5 rods in there, 7 feet long a piece. So like, the fishing features are second to none. They're great.
Yep, get the net.
Nice feeder.
There we go. Decent little guy. Nothing crazy. Oh yeah, that'll be, that's great eating. Get big fillets off that. That's a nice bite. Just over 30. Perfect eater, buddy. I wouldn't even want to keep anything bigger than that.
The old hat dipper. Oh, that's actually so nice.
You have those days that are just like you can throw a freaking earplug in and you're catching fish some days. You're just like, yeah, those are the good days, and then you'll go through your slumps. Well, you got to learn spots. Like, you got to get people to take you out and like show you spots. 90% of the fish are in 10% of the water. Not to say at any cast you can't catch a fish, because it's the Great Lakes and that can happen. But yeah, it takes time to start small and then you work your way up a little bit. You got to get some confidence in them, in what you're doing, you know. Like you said, happens when you least expect it. There's 2 guys talking and then bam.
street ends at the launch. Not messing around.
All right, let's roll out the bugs. You just come out here and go left, and then you have to putt down the channel. Yeah. That's freaking beautiful right now. Like, I've never seen it this calm on the big water. Like I was usually like scared to come out with my boat, but like this is so perfect. Like you can go way out right now with that thing. Yeah, no, it's so nice out here. The water's perfect, like perfect. Turned out to be a really nice day. You can see the bottom. It's 20 feet though. It's crazy, it's so clear. Kind of started in high school a little bit, like later in high school. And then just fishing with my cousin out at our camp. And then finally bought a boat. And my first boat was an absolute piece of junk. Used that for like a year or two, and then I bought the same boat that she has. For about 5 years I had that, and then I finally got this. Finally getting pretty serious about it. It's fun. Keeps me out of trouble. It's funny, my dad never really like fished a whole lot or anything. Like we fished a little bit as kids. Like we did some camping, like nothing crazy, but we'd do little family camping trips, and I don't know, just kind of got hooked. What a loser. Yeah, then I got addicted to muskie fishing last summer. Oh, what a brutal sport. 10, 12, 14-hour days, catch nothing. Ooh. That was a beauty sunrise, Hovelay. That's great for fishing. Like, this is what you want to see, a big green cabbage like that. Just try not to get the lure in it. It's the tricky part. It's nice to have a bigger boat, but the F-17 was big enough for me for right now, what I need. You know, I don't need an.
And welcome back, Legend fans, to our 2 p.m. session. We've called this one Fishing the Big Water with Jon Sipko. Jon, as we mentioned earlier today, is a Legend owner himself. And besides giving us some of the do's and don'ts of his bigger water fishing experience, I really want to chat to him a little bit more about the buying experience, about his Legend overall, and learn a little bit more about his setup. He's a pretty technical guy, and he's done some great things to set up his X20 so that it can better accommodate some of the big water that he's fishing. Jon is going to be joining us virtually today, not live. He's in the GTA area today. I'm going to give him a shout here on Zoom, and when we come back, Mr. Jon Sipko, Legend X20 owner, is going to join us for a nice virtual chat. All right, well, I just want to welcome Jon Sipko to our next session here right now. Jon's going to talk to us a little bit more about fishing in some of the bigger lakes and some of the bigger waters that we have out here in Ontario. And I met Jon a few summers ago when he purchased an X20 off of us out of our Barrie store. And obviously, to me, as an outsider looking in on his fishing experiences, he seemed to take what I thought was more of a recreational fisherman, and has expanded that into quite a nice setup on his X20, and I'm getting some great pictures from him throughout the summer and from some of his big water escapades. So I just wanted to welcome Jon and learn a little bit more about his experience and some of the best practices that we can all learn for using our boats safely in some of that bigger water. So thank you, Jon.
Thanks, Jesse. Thanks for having me. The boat's been since we've had it in August of 2020, it's been a great addition to the family, and certainly for fishing the water as well too. So it's been fantastic.
Yeah, it's great to see you. Maybe tell me a little bit about your background, Jon.
Sure. Well, I mean, I grew up on the West Coast, so I've only recently, I should say recently, in the last 5 years, moved to Ontario. So growing up on the West Coast, I'm used to fishing on the Pacific Ocean, or just straight west coast of Vancouver. Grew up around water all my life, so I've been around boats since I was, just a young kid. But when I came out here to Ontario, and the opportunity to go out with I got the opportunity to go out with a buddy of mine on Lake Ontario and go fishing for salmon, and I was just like, excuse me, wait a second, there's Pacific salmon in the Great Lakes. My girlfriend and her kids they love the water as well too, so it was just a natural fit for us to pick up the boat. So it was
Yeah, it makes a lot more sense how you can be less intimidated by some of our bigger waters out here when you grow up maybe on the coastal life, and that makes a lot more sense to me now, how you're so adventurous out here potentially.
Yeah, but you know what? Don't sell the Great Lakes short, because I'll tell you what, they can be angry, and they can be dangerous, and you got to pick your days and be equipped properly to be out there on those big water days, because it can definitely, it can definitely bite you.
Yeah, so maybe talk to me about that purchasing decision before we get into some of the bigger water fishing. What led you to Legend? What led you to our store there in Barrie? And how did you help yourself zero in on that was going to be the perfect boat for you?
I kind of knew I wanted to have something that was capable for the family, and yet also convertible for fishing. So, I looked at the different options out there, and I didn't want something that was, all vinyl, because I wanted it to be comfortable on the kids' feet, and the X20 just made sense. I mean, it's got carpet everywhere, and when you fold the back deck down, it's soft on the feet. It's not, it's not hard. It's not as slippery. It's nice when you're getting in and out of the boat and into the water. It's great for the kids. But if I want to fish, I can fold that back deck down, and I got a ton of space back there.
Absolutely.
that I can. So it's and I can take the cushions out of the front and make it a little bit more usable for fishing, a little bit more firm underfoot. But if I want to, I put the cushions in up front, and we can sit 4 people up front comfortably, and the kids can be in the back, or they can be in the water, and so it just, the boat just made sense. Now, having 4 kids, I needed as big a boat as I could possibly get. So the X20 just made absolute sense. So we can take the 6 people plus a couple of guests, and it's ideally suited for our needs and for what we use it for. So, I mean, knowing that I was kind of looking at the 20, we arranged to stop in at the showroom in Barrie, and I had a chance to chat with you there and take a look at the boat, and I think I got extremely lucky, because you had one available, and I think we probably would have been waiting until the next spring if I hadn't showed up when I did. So kind of fortuitous in the timing of my exploration. And then when we decided on exactly what we wanted for engine and equipment on it, you guys in the office there you came through, and you hit the ball out of the park in under 3 weeks. I mean, literally, I think it was under 3 weeks by the time we signed on the dotted line and picked the boat up and took it to Grand Bend, and it was fantastic. So
I also wanted to thank you for the great contributions that you do as part of our Legend Fans owners group. I'm seeing such great content from you, Jon, and such great advice, and I don't think you've missed the mark yet. So maybe talk to you a little bit more about how you became so educated on those things, the setups, the vessel view, the kickers, the trolling motors. How can we learn the information that you've learned in such a short amount of time?
You know what? It's a lot of watching videos and using tools like the Legend Owners Group. There's, just like there's many ways to skin a cat, there's many ways to set up your boat, and it all depends on how you want to use it, and what's important to you. You can go so far one way and be so technologically advanced and automated, or you can just do it simple. You don't have to do anything over the top to get out and get fishing on big water. I mean, there are things you can do to increase your success, but it's really about learning where you're going to be fishing, the target areas you're going to be fishing, equipping your boat for those target areas, for the target fish that you're going to go after, and just going out there and doing it. And paying attention to, you pay attention to the big details, but then there's the little details as well too that you pay attention to. One of the big things that I started to realize is that all these charter captains that work out of Lake Ontario and Lake Huron and Lake Erie, they're a wealth of information, and sometimes people are afraid to approach them and talk to them, but they're people just like you and me, and they got a wealth of information because they do this stuff every day.
Right.
And they know what's working. When I first started fishing here, I brought a lot of things from the West Coast, and what works out on the West Coast doesn't necessarily work in the Great Lakes. So you've got to modify it. And you know, I had the fortune to connect with a guy, Marc Kulak from King's Landing Sport Fishing here. And he's a great guy, very knowledgeable. He also fished on the West Coast in Vancouver, in my hometown, and he knows the West Coast. And I got a chance to go out fishing with him last year in the Legend, and had him show me what he does, but tailor it to my boat. And I tell you what, I learned more in 5 hours with him on the water than I did fishing all last season by myself. So it's not just tools like, you know, Facebook groups or videos, it's actual experience. And, you know, you tell a guy that you want to go out fishing on your boat, you want to take him out on your boat and go fishing, and you want him to show you what he does, it works. It really works, because I changed a bunch of stuff right at the end of last season, and I put more fish in the boat after my session with him than I can count. I mean, literally, I would come home with a box full of fish every day.
Wow. And where do you find yourself splitting your time? Where are you doing the majority of your boating and fishing now?
The majority of the fishing I'm doing is out of Bluffers Park, on Lake Ontario. But you know, anywhere along the North Shore is easy for me to access. The boat, you know, being configured the way it is, I can trailer it behind my vehicle. And in fact, for most of the summer last year, it lived in my driveway, because I'd get up in the morning and I'd look at the waves and the weather and see where the best conditions were going to be. Right. And I'd go there.
Wow. I guess we should digress a little bit here and let the folks know that your full-time position and your trade is a pilot. So maybe that's also giving you that calming nature of knowing if you have an equipment failure in the middle of the lake, it's potentially not as disastrous as an engine shutting off 20,000 feet above.
Yeah, you know, usually we have two engines, and fortunately, on the Legend now, I do have two engines. I have a kicker, and that's part of getting the right setup for where you're going to be fishing. I mean, you know, I have a 150 4-stroke on the back, absolutely reliable, bulletproof. I mean, I've not had, you know, any issues other than an initial, you know, false start, but that was a harness. It wasn't the engine. But I've got my 15 EFI kicker, and it's not a remote start. It's not battery powered. It's a manual start, and I wanted it specifically for that reason, because I want the ability to know that I can easily just pull the cord twice and the thing starts. I mean, it's bulletproof. Like literally, I pump the ball on the fuel line and go. Electronic wise, you know, fishing, putting the right gear and finding the fish is important. So I've got a Humminbird Helix 8 on the console for sonar, and it's a full you know, 2D down imaging and side imaging capable as well too. Although when I'm fishing for salmon, I don't use down imaging or side imaging. I'm just using 2D. So pretty straightforward, maybe a little overkill, but there's the option to transition into different types of fishing. So if I'm going for, you know, any smaller species in the smaller lakes, I can easily just take my boat and go there. I don't have an issue, as I can take everything off and put it in the back of my car, and, you know, hide the rods in the storage locker in the middle of the boat, and we can go out and have a day on the water and use the tube and the ski and the wakeboard and stuff like that, and it's phenomenal.
Maybe talk to me, you know, obviously, like we said, in the pilot trade, obviously safety is number one. So maybe relate some of the safety best practices or what we need to do to prepare ourselves for a full day of, you know, being out in the water, specifically in some of the bigger water and, you know, unpredictable weather that we know that can arise.
Yeah, I mean, the first thing you want to be doing is you want to be looking at the forecast. And one of the tools I use is the NOAA site, the Great Lakes forecasting site. It gives you basically forecast of wind and waves and water height for the entire Great Lakes. So we have an amazing tool in that, but there are other apps out there as well too. You can use whatever works for you. I like the NOAA site. I go to one site, so when I go to Grand Bend, I know I'm looking at the same kind of information that I would be seeing as what I look at when I go to Lake Ontario. It also pulls in different data from the various buoys on the lakes. So we've got the Pickering or the Ajax buoy, and then the Grimsby buoy. So you can kind of get a sense of what the conditions are going to be out on. So for me, that's the first thing that I look at. From a boat perspective, before I go out the night before, I'll make sure everything's in the boat. And I've got everything that I need. I've got all my life jackets for the kids. I've got my fire extinguisher. I've got, my gas is full. My fluid levels in my engines are checked. I've got all the safety gear that I need, as mandated by transport for the size of boat. And from perspective of having too much gear, for when it comes to safety, you really can't have too much gear. So
what was your favorite day on the Legend so far? Do you have that one shining day or moment, whether that's fishing or with the family, that you can point to and say, this is the reason I did it all?
The first season we got the boat, we took that picture, and I think you've seen it in the Legend boat owners feed, of the 6 of us standing on the boat. We were staying in Grand Bend, and we just starting to spend time out on the lake and with friends, and they would go down to the Pinery and they would pull up on a sandbank, and from the West Coast, you don't spend a lot of time in Georgia Strait or the ocean. It's cold, like it's sub 50 degrees. Whereas, Lake Huron and Lake Ontario, they can get to be 70 degrees, which is manageable and tolerable for, an extended period of time. But pulling up on a sandbank and dropping the anchor and just sitting in the boat and swimming off the boat it's been a highlight. I mean, we love doing it. We love sitting there and, having the boat be anchored, or at the end of the day, at the end of the night, as the sunsets go down out there, we'll just whip out in the boat out into 30 or 40 feet of water and jump in and relax, and the kids can swim and they have a great time. I mean, they love it out there, and we'll sit there literally in our life jackets. I mean, we're not wearing them on our shoulders. We're sitting our legs through the armholes, but we're just sitting there and chilling out. So it's phenomenal.
That's amazing to hear, and that's why we do what we do. And sometimes we forget those memories that we get to create here, working in Legend each and every day. But quite honestly, that's what we do, and we need those stories to keep propelling us and making sure that we're getting as many families on the water as we can, because it's important to us, and it's amazing to hear.
Awesome.
Thanks, Jon. I really appreciate the time, and like I said, we'll do this again.
Sounds good.
Perfect.
Bye.
Thank you again to Jon. Thanks, Jon. Take care. It was great to go through a little bit of his experience of buying his Legend and touching base with him on some of his experiences out on the big water. As we talked about earlier, Jon is a pretty active member on our Legend Owners private Facebook group. For any of you watching and want to jump into that group, go ahead and find the group on Facebook, put a request in, what model you've got, where you do your fishing, and you'll likely run into Jon on that Legend Owners Facebook group, who's always providing some great advice. Thanks again to Jon. Heading into our next and final session of the day, back here live at 3 p.m. This is going to be the session for anybody who's interested in buying their first pontoon, their second, or their third pontoon boat, as we walk Jillian Groves, a team member here at Legend Boat, through the buying experience, and we walk with her in the showroom through 4 or 5 of our pontoon models and the different series that we have here at Legend Boats. So we'll see you back at 3 p.m. if you're excited to learn all about the ins and outs of the pontoon buying experience. Welcome back to the 3 p.m. session as part of our early bird boaters launch day that we've got set up for you here now. This 3 p.m. session is going to focus around the pontoon buying experience. And as I mentioned earlier, we're going to be excited in just moments to bring Jillian Groves into the studio here. I'm going to learn a little bit more about what she's looking to do in a pontoon boat and get out on the water. And then we're going to head down into the showroom to probably go through 4 or 5 boats with her in a little more detail, and me basically explaining some of the series that we have here at Jillian. So to give you an idea, heads up the time, it's probably going to take us about a half an hour to go through all those models with Jillian and give her a good feel for each series as we go. So give me a couple seconds and we're going to bring Jillian into the studio with us live. Hey Legend fans, Jesse here, and we're back with you with another session as part of our Early Bird Boaters Launch Day. This session we're going to be talking about the ins and outs of buying a pontoon boat, and I'm joined with our guest for the next little bit here, Jillian. Jillian is a newish member of our team here at Legend Boats, joined us in November, I think, right Jillian? Yeah. Great. Jillian is a team member with us as part of our partner care team. Jillian, maybe tell me about what that day-to-day looks like working in the partner care team.
Yeah, so essentially my job is to make sure that all of our partners are in good hands, that they're satisfied with the units that they're getting, that their financing is okay, that they're getting the parts that they need. If they're not getting the parts that they need, that we can address those through warranty or what have you. Great.
Basically everything to help our dealers perform better overall in their day-to-day operations and making sure things are running smoothly. On top of that, I was excited to learn that Jillian is in fact in the market for a pontoon boat for this summer for her family. So I thought what better opportunity than to take a few minutes with her today, learn a little bit more about what she might be interested at and how we can show her through a few different floor plans and models here in the Legend lineup together with the hopes of getting her into one of these boats for this summer. Great. So Jillian, maybe tell me a little bit about the family. What do we look like? What are we heading out on the water, and how many people are we taking out?
Yeah, so basically I have a family of 4. I have 2 children, a daughter who's 3 and a son who's 1. And so it's my husband and I and our kids, and probably nieces, nephews,
okay, great.
Some siblings, on the odd occasion, our parents, that sort of thing. So probably like anywhere from 8 to 10 people at a time. Okay, perfect. Yeah, most of the pontoons, that's the beauty of a pontoon boat, is they'll accommodate certainly more open floor plans and the ability to take a couple families out on the water. Talk to me about your ideal day on the water. Are we fishing? Are we cruising? How are you spending and splitting your time out there? Yeah, so exactly. So we like to fish, but we're casual fishermen.
Okay.
So we like to cruise. We like to do a little bit of fishing, a little bit of water sport on the odd occasion, that sort of thing.
Sure. What type of water sports in mind? Like tubing?
Yeah, well, with young kids, I mean, for us, we're not quite there yet, but for our nieces and nephews and that sort of thing, it'd be nice to take them out and.
Sure. And do we need to like are we doing skiing, wakeboarding, things like that? Do you plan to get a full-grown skier up on the water?
It'd be nice to have the flexibility to do that.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I guess like I said, anything can be done for a certain range or style or budget. Certainly in mind, we make several different floor plans or styles here at Legend, so I'm sure we could check out a few of the different options. It'll really just depend on how we're splitting our time and what one's going to suit best for you with the different floor plans that we've got.
Great.
What else would you be looking for? What's important to you if you had to wave a magic wand? What does the pontoon boat need to have in it?
Well, safety is a big
Okay.
thing with 2 young kids. Also storage, life jackets and kids' toys and that sort of thing. So, but also comfort and being able to socialize easily.
What size of water are you guys going to find yourself on?
We tend to be on like mid-sized lakes, mid to large-sized lakes.
Okay.
That we would be trailering to and from.
Oh, okay. So we definitely got to make sure we're getting something that we can trailer or easily trailerable.
Yeah.
And we need a trailer in the package.
Yes, exactly.
Okay,
Yeah.
Great. Storing it, you're going to trail it around? It's not staying at a marina or anything like that?
No, just family camps and that sort of thing.
Okay, great. I think it's given me a few good ideas, maybe a couple of the tougher questions before we show you some of the product. What kind of range, what kind of budget are we looking at? You're looking for something, smaller entry level, we're talking mid, or are we looking for one of those great big beautiful aqua towers with the slide off the back and the whole gamut?
I would love one of those.
Okay.
but no, I think given that we're a young family, we have to be conscious of budget. So
Sure.
somewhere in the mid-range, I think would be appropriate for us.
Sure. And with our early bird savings that we have on the go right now, we talked about a little bit of that before, but we've got some great flexible plans, especially on the financing side with longer amortizations. We've got a fantastic rate going on right now that's going to give you the ability to, if that's something you're interested in, look at some great flexible financing options that'll get you into a pretty comfortable payment with the ability to kind of pay it down or pay it off at any time without any fines or penalties. So that's something we can talk a little bit about further in the process as well.
Great.
I think I've learned a little bit, enough of what we're hoping to see, and gives me a good idea on the family and the size and the range. So if you're up for it, I'd love to take you down to the showroom, walk through boats with you and our viewers here today. We'll check out some floor plans, some styles, and see what starts ticking to you. And we'll be back with Jillian and you guys to check them out. So Jillian, the first series that I wanted you to take a good look at is our LE series of pontoon boats that we have. You're sitting in our LE21 lounge. We make this floor plan in a couple of different series and also in the LE segments. We have it in a 19 lounge, we also have it in a 19 cruise, and we have it in a 21 and a 23 lounge. The QLEs are really designed to be a little bit more on the compact side, so they're 8 feet wide. We only do them in 2-tube models versus sport packages or triple tubes, and I'll get into a little bit more about what that means to you shortly. But I want you to think of these as good overall value. We're going to probably be pairing this with more popularly in like a 40 to a 60, up to a 90, probably at the most in something like this. The LEs, very robust, solid construction. We only bring them in this color, this style, so we jam-pack this value-priced pontoon boat with a lot of really nice amenities to just give you a lot of nice creature comforts. The LEs will all have this nice front extended deck on the front of them, so come take a look at that. What you'll find is a lot nicer for docking or getting the kids on and off of the boat, so pretty easy. Another great feature on the LE series is cast corner caps and all-rounded corner caps. So nice and solid and a lot of strength in there. If you're coming into the dock or any of those potential impact zones as a new boat, that's a very important feature. Another thing I love about the LE series is the pontoons themselves. You're going to notice that they don't extend past the front of that deck. That's another great feature when you're thinking about docking or tying it up or coming on and off of the trailer. Just makes it for an easier, seamless experience. All the vinyl flooring that you'll find run right from the bow to the stern as well. Very, very nice flooring with a little soft backing to it as well. Beautiful couching is still all in here with this chaise lounge up at the front. So for a 21-foot pontoon boat, you'll see there's still quite a bit of space in here. Very open style floor plan. And like I said, we have it in a couple other sizes as well, 19, 21, or 23. All aluminum seat frames that you'll find in these LEs. So you talked earlier about storage being important. Very ample amount of storage in these LEs. So they'll run all the way up right to the fence in each one of these models, which is absolutely fantastic. Gives you a ton of opportunity to basically load up everything that you'd need to get out on the water for the day in a boat like this. I think you said a table was a must earlier as well, or something to do some lunching on?
Yeah, I mean, with kids, you want to be able to do snacks.
Sure.
Yeah.
So this will certainly give you that ability. We've got a table mount here as well. They're adjustable. You can take them in or out. You could also maybe put an extra table mount if you wanted to, have one installed back here, so it gives you a little bit more flexibility. The helms are done quite well, I would say, modest in mind, like you mentioned. So what we've done on this helm and this size is give you everything that you need to get out on the water. Certainly your fuel gauge for the built-in tank, tilt gauge so you can see where that motor is at the back when you're trimming it up and down when you have that fence closed. And we've highlighted this helm and this console area with a beautiful 7-inch Garmin touchscreen unit in there. So all of the Canadian maps are all preloaded in there, which is going to be fantastic for navigating around the water.
Yeah,
you mentioned that it would be trailering to different lakes, so probably a must to be looking at something like that so that when you're venturing into new bodies of water, you have a better idea of where you're going and just learning about some of those on-water obstacles. Fishing-wise, on a floor plan or a series like that, it really depends on how much fishing you're planning to do. We'll make a lot of models and floor plans that we'll call flex. And when you see the flex floor plan, that really means like straight fishing. So we'll have a big live well at the back, rod holders, a couple fishing seats, things like that. And they are really designed for more the pontoon fisherman at heart, or again, more that 50-50 fishing. If it was pretty serious fishing that you guys plan to do, I would definitely suggest we look at some of those fishing floor plans. But to me, and how most of our customers are using them, they're literally fishing off of anything. So, they're casting from here, they're jigging off the side, they're trolling. So I guess what I'm asking you is, where do you picture yourself, or what type of customer or pontooner would you lean towards?
Yeah, well, I mean, we're casual fishermen.
Okay.
So probably not something specifically designed for fishing.
Sure.
But something that can accommodate.
That could accommodate it. Perfect. Yeah, and another, I would say, besides, you did mention getting out into some of the bigger water. So this is still more of a little bit compact size pontoon, I would say, overall. It won't have things like live wells that might be important that we'd want to look at for how you're planning to use it as well. So I probably would suggest that this could be a good fit for you. It has a lot of nice styling and features, but based on what you've described, I want to show you a couple of our other series as well. So let's jump over to our E-Series next, and we'll take a look at those models together. All right, Jillian, before we get a little bit further, taking a look at a few other series that we have here in our Legend pontoon boats, I just wanted to quickly touch base on pontoon configurations, because as we get into the next couple of series, you are going to notice the option and availability of a Sport Pro package on some of these pontoons. What does that mean to you, or to those of you that are watching at home? The Sport Pro package will give you a full-length center tube. It's also going to give you lifting strakes on the inner and outside of that triple tube. It's going to give you lifting strakes on the inside of those outer tubes as well. With that full-length center tube, ultimately that's going to increase some of the stability while you're out there on the water. It's going to increase some of the capacity in terms of what size engine we're going to be able to put on the back of the boat. It's going to also help us, obviously perform a little bit better, a little bit more speed with that higher horsepower. It's going to help you corner and bank a little bit better for some of those water sport activities that somebody might be trying to achieve on a pontoon boat. Besides that, you're also going to find a full-length underdeck skinning. So an aluminum skinning that runs underneath the entire bottom of the pontoon boat. Again, rougher water application, high torque, high speed engines. We can get some of that spray up that skinning is going to help. All of our Sport Pro packages will also come with a big ski tow bar, mostly for skiing full-grown adults, or the wakeboarding type applications out there. So I want us thinking a sport package is probably going to be something that you're looking at, 115 horsepower and up range, ideally, to suit that, and typically some of the bigger water applications.
Yeah, I think given the size of lakes that we're on and what we're sort of looking for, my husband and I,
Yeah.
I think that something more like a 90 would
90s, that dream size. Sure. Yeah, so I just wanted to give you a couple of those options, but that definitely helps me because, as we talked about earlier, the right pontoon in a 2-tube model with a 90 horsepower, especially with the command thrust engines that Mercury have out there now. These command thrust engines will give you a little beefier bottom end torque, pair up perfectly ideal for pontoon applications where we want to get a little bit more oomph, a little bit more torque, pulling those kids around on the tubes or sticking a couple families out on the water for the day. So we'll keep moving along and taking a look at some of those options with that in mind. All right, Julie, next up on the list of boats to check out is our E-Series of pontoon boats that you're sitting in here right now. E-Series is available in a few different color options. So this two-tone white and cognac interior, beautiful white exterior fences with the black trimmed out rail package as well. Looks really awesome, complemented with the black biminis that you'll see on here in the bimini frames. We offer it in a blue exterior, and we offer it in a blackout package on a couple of the E-Series models that we have in our lounge and our dual lounge floor plans that we'll talk about briefly. The E-Series is going to give you, again, some great value in the 2-tube options that we're talking about. We're going to have a little bit longer and more open floor plans available in the lounge or the dual lounge models that we've got. They will be brought into 8-foot wide pontoons now with 25-inch, 8.5-foot wide pontoon decks and 8 and 25-inch pontoons on these floor plans as well. So a little bit more stability for a 2-tube model that you might see in some of the other smaller compact pontoon series that we have. Sitting in a cruise model, this is probably one of the most popular or starting floor plans in pontoons. We've got 2 nice couches off the front, one with a bit of a chaise lounge here. Lots of seating still. We've got a traditional wraparound couch design here with a built-in chaise lounge facing back. And then what we'll find in the back here is this nice sun pad back here with the ability to pop up a nice, great big change. So this will get important for, like you said, kind of going from water sports to bathing suits to getting ready to go fishing and give you some room to go back there. As a guy with a couple young kids myself, when they were even at the younger ages, this was turned into a fantastic option for that change room and that diaper changing area that I'm sure you'll learn to appreciate when you get out on the water. In terms of storage, similar with all the rest of the pontoon boats as well, storage underneath every single one of the seating configurations that we've got here. It'll open up and lock in, so a lot of storage in these. These now go to a molded plastic seating configuration at the bottom as well. So a rotocast plastic is what you'll find all underneath there with the storage underneath. So a little bit different than the LEs that we were looking at. Great storage in the consoles that you'll find here as well. So these will open up and slide in underneath as well, where a lot of the series floor plans or competitors will essentially waste that space by having that console and not open up to storage underneath. Similar to the LEs that we took a look at earlier, we've got this beautiful teak weave vinyl flooring that runs all the way to the front. This one, though, unlike that other plain or straight vinyl floor, gives you that teak weave look to it. So just a little bit of a nicer, upgraded look to it. Absolutely beautiful helms. Again, in these E-Series of models, so you have the opportunity to sit in the great big captain seats. Does recline as well with the dual armrests. Has a seat slider on it. Pair that with a tilt steering, and you can really, customize the driving experience to who's ever driving.
Yeah, it's very comfortable.
Similar to the LEs as well, we're not sacrificing anything. We've got a beautiful 5-inch Hummingbird GPS system that's built into there as well. All the necessary toggle switches. We've got an AM, FM, MP3 stereo, so fantastic for rocking out on the water for the day while you're out there. And I think this one hits a lot of the buttons that you were looking at or talking about earlier. But I certainly want to still show you a couple other series and a couple other floor plans while we've got you here today. What do you think of the white interior with the cognacs? Something that appeals to you, or do you find the other colors look a little different?
I personally love the white with the cognac and the gray. Like it looks very sharp, very modern.
Cool. Yeah, that was kind of the goal with this one. Something a little bit different, something a little bit more unique with some modern touches in mind.
Yeah, not my dad's pontoon.
No. And we've got a lot of room still at the back off here to kind of walk along the back with a nice oversized boarding ladder as well. Beautiful biminis that are on here as well. Didn't talk about it earlier, but keeping the family protected from the sun is certainly pretty important. So all of our Legend pontoons will come standard with this great big bimini frame. You also have the option to turn this into a full enclosure. So we'll give you a second bimini frame as well. So these will just zip together in the middle, giving you a front bimini and a back bimini that'll turn this into a full enclosure. So if we wanted to get out there, and you mentioned doing some fishing, if we've got one of those foul weather days, you'll now have the ability to get out there, troll around, and be completely enclosed if that was something that might be important to you.
Yeah.
So let's hop over now and just take a look at a couple of the other floor plans we might have in the E Series before we move on to our Q and that big beautiful V Series. We gotta show it to you while you're here. All right, Jillian, we're gonna now hop into one of our Q Series of floor plans we've got here. We're sitting in a lounge model. Q Series is definitely going to give you a little bit more of that mid to higher range and quality and construction and features that you'd expect in a pontoon boat of this caliber and class. The Q Series is going to give you a beautiful exterior options in either blue or the black. I've got one behind me here as well, so you can peep over my shoulder and get a good look at that one while we're here. No exterior railings on the Q Series, so it gives you a little bit more of a modern, chic look, I'd say. Beautiful built-in integrated headlights that you'll get into the Q Series makes for just a great look, as well as, important for docking or driving at night and coming off of the lake. Taking a quick look at the lounge floor plan, what do you think so far?
It looks huge.
Yeah, they are huge. So we make this is what we call the Q Lounge Plus model. So we've got this lounge floor plan in a 21-foot version, so a little bit more compact. And then we've got it in this floor plan that we're standing in just over 23 feet. The lounge models always seem a little bit bigger because they are very open. And that's probably one of the things that I love about them. They're my personal favorite floor plan for sure. I always say on a lounge model, it's a fantastic floor plan for, 2 people. If it's just you and I, or maybe the kids out for a cruise, it's just a great, fantastic layout. Or for that time, like you said, when you've got the nieces, the nephews, the entire family, we've just got a lot of space. Typically, on most people are using pontoon boats, having the 2 built-in chaise lounges, not only at the bow, the front of the pontoon here, but the back is super awesome as well. Just a little bit more feature amenities, I guess you'll find in this. Big, beautiful built-in speakers, 4 speakers built into this one as well. The nicer little upgraded Fusion stereo that's on here as well. Beautiful console again, just like the other series that you find with that big Garmin 7-inch unit built in there, all touchscreen, pairs with that Fusion to really create an awesome media center while you're out on the boat. You can control everything from that Garmin unit. So just an absolute beautiful design as well. Flooring, that teak weave flooring that runs right from the bow to the stern. Very soft step vinyl as well, so nice and soft on the feet, even in bare feet, which is great out on the water or the kids. Doesn't get hot, pretty light and cold to the touch. A lot of storage, again, like the rest of the pontoon boats as well. And in this series, we do offer it with that aluminum seat frame construction. So again, you talked about how important storage was. You get a lot of it in the Q Series, and they'll run right out to the exterior fence in there. It'll breathe very nicely too. So if you're throwing the jackets in there, or maybe a damp towel, you can come back to it a couple hours later and you'll find that wind or the air is kind of circulated around. You're not coming into a moldy smelling storage compartment that you might find in some of our competitive models out there. Coming to the back, these 2 deluxe captain seats, again, they'll slide, they'll recline. They're absolutely beautiful, but gives you a little bit more of that modern look. The quilted inlays that you'll see in the furniture here, just a really nice touch on the Q
beautiful.
Series. Yeah. I find that dark navy and tan does a really good job kind of complementing each other with that exterior navy color.
Absolutely.
Same idea you'll find here too, an extra long bimini. So we've got pretty well full coverage right from the stern, so all of our passengers back here, all the way up to our console area. For those that enjoy the sun, they can hang out front, of course, and get a little bit more sun, or that option to add the front bimini or the full enclosure option is certainly there on this series as well. Lounge plans, again, gives you that big open right up through the middle of the boat. There's no, real obstructions in the way. So if we've got, pets out on the boat or kids running back and forth, I find the lounge floor plan is a fantastic option to just open it right up. Coming off the back in these lounge models, extended rear decks is super important. So you'll find these extend out, back, and around the transom. So what that'll mean to you guys is just a lot more room while you're out on the boat as well. Jumping on and off, water sport activities, doing the tubing thing, the kids jumping in and out. Kind of keeps everybody back here and centralized. If you plan to, anchor out at a sandbar or just hang out and chill for the day, it's one of my most favorite areas. Q Series, you're also going to find The oversized table, big built-in integrated cup holders. It is a very solid, beautiful table as well. Got the option to sit it, rectangular like this way. You can move it around in some different configurations, and it's fantastic for, again, setting up a game of cards out on the water, or doing that lunch like you talked about with the kids while you're out there.
Yeah, lots of room.
There is, yeah. So you'll see this lounge floor plan in several of our different series, right from the LEs all the way up to our V series. So in selecting a pontoon boat, I would say probably the most important thing that you'll want to take away is really getting a good understanding of the different layout options. And once you've kind of zeroed in on, you know what, Jesse, I really loved that lounge that you showed me, or hey, I really loved the cruise style floor plan, or I'm dead set on having that flex fishing station. The beauty of Legend is that we've got the different floor plans available throughout the different series. So what that'll mean to you is we can kind of customize your ideal floor plan to your ideal, your look, what style kind of jumped out at you. Not only that, the budget that'll suit at you, right? From entry level starting series to the highest end, we've got a floor plan available in one of the series that follow through each one of those series. So that gives you a good look at the Q series. We offer it as well in what we call our cottage model. So we take it in a 21-foot floor plan with a little rear facing sitting bench area off the back. That's what you'll see when you see the cottage floor plan, means that we've got a bench and we can sit in the back. We've got it in a beautiful dual lounge configuration. So it'll take the lounge model and give you a flip-flopping seat that we can pick to either be facing to the rear, facing to the front. That's another great option we can show you as well. These lounge floor plans, as well as that flex fishing station. So gives you a good look at the overall quality, feel, and styling of our Q series of models. Hopefully this one's jumping out at you as well. And we'll show you a couple of those different floor plans. And we'll also take a good look at that V series just to get you informed on that beautiful pontoon boat while you're here today. So I know Jillian mentioned we wanted to stick to probably a 2-tube unit, maybe 90 horsepower, but while I've got you here, I had to take the opportunity to get you sitting and touching and feeling one of our V series of pontoons. And these are absolutely the epitome of luxury in the Legend lineup that we've got. So our V series, we only offer these ones in the sport package configurations. And we offer it in 2 different sport package configurations, actually. So we have our Sport and our Sport Pro Prestige package in the V series. When you get into that Prestige package, ultimately that would give you the same triple tube design, all the great things that we talked about, but now we have 27-inch diameter pontoons. So even more, giving that ability for more stability out on the water, even more horsepower now that you can take on these bad boys. And if you take a look, when you get into the Prestige package, it'll also come with this great big 8-inch digital medallion all integrated into here too. So essentially they'll take all of those previous analog controls that we've seen in the other models and turn that to a full digital setup, giving you the ability to have touchscreen control over pretty much everything in the boat, your lights, your exterior lights, and everything in the model. So again, definitely a pretty luxurious model. We offer it in 2 different color combinations: the cognac interior that we've got here with the black exterior, all black deck, all black fence rails, all black corner caps, so a really beautiful blacked out package on this, highlighted with the black bimini frame, all curved frames too, so it just gives you that kind of modern styling on a model like this. We also offer it in that steel blue exterior color that you've seen around that looks amazing as well. And when we go to that blue exterior color, we'll complement that interior with more of that gray pewter look. Come over and touch some of this furniture. I think you almost have to feel and touch this V series to really appreciate that super soft, almost like butter-like feel on that vinyl. Definitely a step up from any of the other series that we looked at for sure. Still has that beautiful quilting that we saw in some of the Q series, but again, just an elevated furniture package. You'll find even wider seating on here too, so a little bit more comfort involved when we get into these V series models. Moving through it, again, the deluxe captain seats, but much more plush, much bigger, more solid, oversized deluxe captain seats that you'll get in this V series. Again, the helm speaks for itself. It's absolutely beautiful, really communicates well with each other between that standard Garmin 7-inch screen, the big 8-inch digital medallion, and then that Fusion stereo system. This thing absolutely kicks on the water. This is a lounge model, like we've talked about in some of the other floor plans, so that's the beauty of the Legend lineup. Like we said, if we fell in love with the idea of a lounge model like this, we've now had the opportunity to see those options in the LE, more the entry level. We've seen it in the E series, we've seen it in the Q series, and now we see that transferring over into the V series with just, again, some more of the more luxurious elements as we kind of start to take a look at it. Still same idea on these V series. We'll have that nice extended front deck, but also the extended rear decks on this pontoon boat as well. So it gives you the ability to get on and off at the back. Nice big ski tow bar built in with that boarding ladder off to the back as well. So water sport activities, things like that in mind are absolutely amazing. Same idea, soft step, luxurious vinyl flooring throughout this model too. So beautiful flooring while you're out there on the water. On the V series as well, you're going to find a little bit more robust fence construction. So you'll find these double wall feel on here as well. So if you go ahead and grab that, you'll just feel a little more strength and stability while you're out there on the water. You can feel it versus just the one single fence panel. Easy latch safety gates on here too. So make it super easy to kind of open and close those gates. We've got a nice wide opening front gate, nice wide gate on this side, and then we've got the rear gate off the back, giving you kind of the ability to go on it and off it as well. So our V series lineup floor plans that we've got the lounge that we're looking at right here. We've got it in that dual lounge model, and then of course that big beautiful double decker aqua tower with the slide off the back for those that really want to turn their boating experience into a water park out there for the day. So I know this was definitely at the getting to more the higher level pontoon than we were looking at, but while we've got you here, I wanted to make sure that I showed you through some of the features and showed our viewers through some of the highlights of that V series pontoon boat as well. And let's take a closer look at those in the video. So I'm back here with Jillian. We wanted to wrap up a little of our whirlwind tour we took through the Legend Pontoon lineup here today. I apologize for me doing so much of the talking and not getting to hear from you, but I wanted to make sure that our viewers got the opportunity to see some of these series highlights that we've got and go on this journey here together. Jillian, what'd you think overall? And tell the folks why we've landed on the boat that we're sitting in here now.
Yeah, so no, it was great. It was very informative. Got to learn a lot about the boats. This unit here is the lounge model. And I think for our family and potentially a growing family, and especially with nieces and nephews, I think that this accommodates us the best in terms of being able to socialize and relax, do a little bit of fishing. And like you said, it does allow for a full enclosure so we can fish in bad weather, and just gives us a little more time out on the water.
Yeah, and Jillian seemed to immediately kind of spark up and love the look and the value, I guess, of the E series overall is what we've kind of landed on, and the white colors specifically what you loved.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I love the fences with the matte black and the white and the cognac together. I think is a really nice color combination.
Good, awesome to hear. So thanks to Jillian for letting us use her as a boat ins and outs subject for today. And thank you guys for checking out this walkthrough on our pontoons. For any more information, we've got our memory makers always standing by. You can head into one of our closest Legend partners or jump on legendboats.com for a more detailed walkthrough of all the floor plans and the series that we spoke about during this session. Thanks for checking this out. That wraps up our 3 p.m. session, a little bit of a tour and a walkthrough of our pontoon lineup with Jillian here, and let's hope that helped her out in the pontoon buying experience. Certainly in a normal retail dealership buying a boat off of one of our partners or our dealers, I can definitely tell you they will be listening to you a little bit more than me just talking at Jillian for the last half an hour, but we wanted to make sure that you guys had a good feel for some of those series. Again, the video will be posted up to our landing page later so that you can check out some of those series on your own. Not only does that wrap up our pontoon session, that actually wraps up our early bird boaters launch day as we see it for today. So I want to take a couple of extra minutes. I want to thank you all for tuning in and watching any of the sessions that you had. I want to thank our amazing marketing team for putting together this day for us here at Legend Boats and bringing some great content to you guys. We put this content together over the course of today and the last couple of weeks, and this idea really came to fruition with you, our buyers, in mind, and with the lack of boat shows. I want to remind you that although the Boaters launch day is over, our early bird VIB days just begin. And the VIB days are really all centered around you and your opportunity to reach out to us here at Legend Boats, find your closest Legend partner, and book a private showing with that partner. We'll do our best to track you down a boat to see, to buy, and to look at. I also want to shout out Valerie. We missed one major question coming into this session that we promised we'd get answered back to Valerie. She has a 15-foot boat package and is looking at one of our F17 Pros. Valerie is wondering about the opportunity to trade that boat in. Two questions. One she has is, would it be better to sell it as a package? She wants to know if the 17-foot boat will fit on the 15-foot trailer. Quick answer to that is no. The 17-foot boat definitely needs its own customized trailer to that package. Quite a bit wider, quite a bit deeper, and quite a bit heavier. You will definitely want to sell your 15-foot boat as a full package. Question number two is, how do I go about doing this trade-in option? Well, for starters, it's reaching out to your team here at Legend Boats. Valerie, I'll post my answer back to you in the comment section. We'll also include the link to our early bird VIB days landing page. That's going to give you the opportunity to fill out the form. You'll get all of the promotional details from us on what's going on in the early bird days. And then we're going to get you quickly in contact with your closest Legend partner who'll be able to go through all those details to you, get you in maximum trade value on that 15-foot package, and get you into that new F17 Pro. So I bid you adieu as we wrap up the day today. Again, thank you all for tuning in. For any questions, hit us up at legendboats.com, and thanks for checking this day out.